the Stark Stevenson Apple Orchard. 200 people.
It was just,
I mean, like Joe has been trying to manage
Ask Sue if she can hear us.
back and forth, and we can some of them, but they can't.
Shu, can you hear us? Shu, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hi, Chris. Are you talking to me?
Yes, we're testing the audio.
There's loud echoing, but I can hear you.
That screen. So because the chamber was muted. So.
Okay, I'll just call.
But now there's
so,
feedback.
So we're good, or he needs to come.
Anyone using a computer needs to make sure it's muted. Please.
I don't have.
Ashley, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you, but there's an echo.
Okay. Audio is working now, and we can probably go ahead and start. And I actually don't hear any feedback at this point, so maybe we're good to go. Go ahead and start.
Sounds
again.
good here.
Okay. Was everybody able to hear part of, we went through the consent agenda items. Already a motion and a second has already been made on those for approval of all four. I think we're just ready for roll call on those. Lisa, are you available to do roll call?
I'm here. Can you do that again? Because it didn't, the video is not on and none of the rest of us we didn't hear any of that.
Okay, so we introduced doc items C1, C2, C3, and C4. And with that, There wasn't any public testimony on all four of those consent agenda items. And so a motion was made to approve them all by Commissioner Allender, second by Mr. Enders. And now we're ready for an actual roll call on those.
Enders. Okay. Okay. Commissioner Allender? Baker? Crowell? Enders?
Aye.
Rojas? Rojas, you're muted. Can you give me the thumbs up? Okay. And Sadowski?
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion approves 6-0 for all the consent agenda items. So if we can now move on to the actual cases that will be continued.
Right, and you want to start with the continuances first?
Okay,
The first continuance is docket item 6, and there are 3 companion cases. An area plan amendment is 6.1, 6.2 is rezoning, 6.3 is a development plan. And this is for retail, multi-tenant retail and gas station at 2303 Cleveland. The applicant is requesting continuance to September 1st, and staff recommends without fee. The next continuance is docket item 7, and there are 3 companion cases here as well. 7.1 is rezoning from AGR and B3-3 to B3-3. And the second one is a development plan, and the third one is a council approved sign plan. This is located at 12200 North Ambassador, which is at Cookingham and Ambassador. Applicant is requesting continuance to October 6th. Next one is docket 8, which is case number SUP 2020-00004. This is a special use permit for a new renovations to an Islamic temple at 2700 East 49th Street. Applicant is requesting continuance to August 18th.
Bill, can I interrupt you? I apologize. The applicant just sent me a message. They would like to be to September 1st.
Okay, correct that, September 1st. Continuance is docket 11, which is case number CPC 2020-00106, which is located at 9615 Grandview Road. This is a request to rezone to MPD. The applicant is requesting continuance to August 18th. Docket 14, which is case number CPC 2020-00024, which is located at 13423 Charlotte, which is a request for a special use permit for a non-accessory parking lot for Jack Stack in Martin City. The applicant is requesting continuance to September 1st. And next continuance is docket 18, case number CPC 2020-00091, Oak Park Townhomes located at 3806 Montgall. Applicant is requesting continuance to August 18th. And that's it.
okay. So we got several cases that are looking to be continued, and those include docket items 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, 8, docket item 11, 14, and 18. Is there anybody that would like to speak about the continuance of these cases? We have anybody raise their hands that would like to speak on the continuance of any of these docket items?
Someone named Becky Steiner has raised their hand. I'm going to go ahead and promote Becky.
Okay. Hi, good morning, Becky. It looks like that you're on mute right now. If you don't mind stating your name and address for the record, as well as which docket item that you're wanting to speak on.
Hi, yes, Becky Steiner, and my address is 10308 North Lane Drive, Kansas City 64157. And I apologize that I may be out of order. I I could not hear at the beginning, and I believe the case that I'm wanting to speak on may have already been voted on. It went when I was able to hear there was already a vote being taken on consent agenda items. I don't know what case we're on, but it sounds like we're on continued cases at this point, or cases that are pending.
That's correct. Which case were you interested in?
2020-00098.
Number 5.
Okay, that's docket item number 5, and we're not to that point yet.
Okay,
Right now, we're just going through cases in which we're going to continue to a later planning commission meeting.
Okay, my apologies. Thank you.
That's okay.
Mr. Chair, someone named Virginia has also raised their hand. I'm promoting Virginia.
Okay. Hi, good morning, Virginia. If you don't mind stating your full name and your address, please, for the record, as well as which case that you want to talk about that we plan to continue. Not sure if I see Virginia on the list anymore.
Yeah, I don't see her anymore unless,
Second attendees, it looks.
Virginia, if you're still interested in testifying, please raise your hand. I'm not seeing where you are anymore. I don't see her in the meeting at all anymore.
All right, anybody else raise their hand to speak on the continuances of the cases stated?
No.
Okay, with that, looking for a motion to continue those cases, please.
Mr. Chair, I move that cases 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, 8, 11, 14, and 18 be continued as detailed in the docket.
Very well. Do I got a second?
Pardon me, I think there was a different date for case 8, right? Wasn't there a request to continue that to September 1st? Yeah.
Docket item 8 is from the 18th to September 1st.
Yeah.
You'd like to amend that, and I believe docket item number 18 in the actual report that we have here, the agenda actually says it wants continued to August 18th.
Okay.
Just amend your,
Okay, I'd like to amend that docket number 8 be continued to September 1st and docket number 18 to August, what was that?
18th.
18th.
Okay,
Second.
we got a motion and a second. Lisa, do you mind taking roll call, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
It looks like those docket items have been approved to be continued to later date that's as listed in the agenda or as stated in the motion. So with that, I think we're ready to move on to docket item 1.
Docket item 1 is 2 companion cases, starting with 1.1, case number CPC 2020-00072, a request to approve a preliminary plat on about 10,491 square feet located at 9130 McGee Street to allow for the subdivision of a tract with 3 underlying lots into 3 single-family lots in District R 7.5. Docket item 1.2, case number CPC 2020-00102, a request to approve a development plan with deviations to the minimum lot area, minimum lot width, and side yard setbacks at the same property. Patty Knowles, the staff planner.
Good morning, members of the commission and staff. As Joe mentioned, there are 2 cases. The second case will be dismissed. The first case is approval of a development plan serving as the preliminary plat. There was a previous hearing held at your last meeting. However, the case had to be continued due to lack of sufficient time to hear the case. There has been significant public engagement involved. Notice of the public hearing was sent by the applicant to Center Planning and Development Council and to all property owners within 300 feet of the subject site. A Zoom video conference was held on June 9th. There were 7 residents in participating. The applicant then offered to hold a second meeting prior to today's hearing regarding the development plan. Center Planning and Development replied that it would not be necessary. Today's request is for development plan preliminary plat approval with deviations to minimum lot area, minimum lot width, and side yard setbacks. The purpose is to allow subdivision of the tract with 3 underlying lots into 3 lots to permit construction of 3 single-family homes. The property is located in southern Kansas City at 9130 Grandview on the southwest corner of East 91st Terrace and McGee Street. As you can see, there are 3 underlying lots. In 1908, this property was platted as 3 lots. Lots 21, 22, and 23, Block 15, Moore's Southland Edition. As you can see, the entire area was platted into lots of ranging from 25 to 30 feet in width. At the time, the property was governed by requirements of Jackson County. The area was later annexed by Kansas City in 1958. By that time, there were several homes constructed. The streets were unapproved, much in the same condition they are today, narrow, no curb, gutter, sidewalk, or street lights. There is a land use plan governing the property. The Red Bridge Area Plan recommends single-family residential use at a density of 7.24 units per acre. The proposed density is 9.9 units per acre and does exceed that 7.24 units per acre. However, the Long Range Planning and Preservation Division has determined that an area plan amendment is not necessary as rezoning is not proposed in this case. Again, this is a expanded view of the site. According to the applicant, this property has never been developed. Area is developed with homes of widely varying ages, architectural style, design, lot area sizes. Most recently, you can see homes that have been constructed in the area on narrower lots. This is a view from the into the property looking southwesterly from the intersection of East 91st Terrace and McGee. This is the area to be considered. Again, as you see, no curb, gutter, sidewalk. There is a ditch on the south side of East 91st Terrace, which carries stormwater. Looking to the south on McGee. And then the circle is roughly the site. This is East 91st Terrace bordering the property on the north. As you have seen, many of the subdivision's original homes were constructed on the 3-lot pattern. Later homes were built on 2 lots. The applicant has constructed new homes in the neighborhood near 92nd and Grand on 1 lot per unit, as is proposed by the current development plan. So there's some key points here. The property was originally platted, as I said, into 3 individual lots. The land has remained undeveloped. When platted, the lots complied with existing regulations at the time in Jackson County. Subdivision regulations were first enacted in 1954, and then later the Zoning and Development Code would require for lots zoned R7.5, as these are, a minimum lot width of 50 feet. These lots are only 25 feet in width, although the current code does require a 50-foot minimum width. So the lots are considered non-conforming. There's a provision of the Zoning and Development Code, 88-610-03, titled Non-Conforming Lots, and it considers these lots to be lawfully created and would allow the lots to be developed with 1 detached home per lot. However, there is a further subsection titled lot consolidation, and that states that if there are 2 or more abutting lots under single ownership, as these are, the land is deemed to be a single lot for purposes of determining compliance with lot size requirements. It further states that if it is deemed to be a single lot, there is a provision that would allow the reestablishment of those lots previously combined in order to accommodate a detached house. Or in other words, they could be separated or recreated through a minor subdivision process, and the developer could then build 1 home per lot. However, in this case, that cannot be accomplished because the lot split would result in the creation of a lot that is less than 25 feet or 30 feet in width. As I said, these lots are 25 feet. So if these lots were 30 feet, that provision could be considered. There is another subcategory which would be presented to the City Plan Commission, City Council, which states that granting the request results in compatible infill development that is keeping with the pattern of development on the subject block. And that would be a determination of City Plan Commission and then ultimately City Council. So these lots are 25 feet in width, less than the 30 feet that would be required for consideration of a minor subdivision. So staff determined that reestablishment could not be accomplished through the minor subdivision process. Also, the applicant requests deviations to 88-11006 lot and building standards. Therefore, a development plan must be approved. The applicant does request variation or deviation to required lot width, required lot area, and side yard setback, which I will detail in a moment. The zoning of the property is R7.5. The designation allows single-family residential use and requires a minimum lot size of 7,500 square feet. Each of these lots is proposed to be roughly 3,497 square feet. Therefore, the applicant requests a deviation of the required lot area in the amount of 4,003 square feet for each lot. The required minimum lot width, as I stated, is 50 feet. Lots are proposed to be just under 25 feet in width. Applicant requests a deviation of required minimum lot width in the amount of 25.08 feet for each lot. And then thirdly, the required side yard setback for proposed lot 21, which is the lot on the corner, is required to be 15 feet because this is a corner lot. The proposed setback is 2.5 feet, so a deviation of 12.5 feet is requested. Other side yard setbacks are provided in the amount of 2.5 feet, which is in compliance with the minimum 10% of lot width, which in this case, again, is 25 feet. The plan portrays the required front yard setback in the amount of 30.6 feet. The code requires a 30-foot front yard setback, so deviation is not required for that. And the plan also complies with the code in that it shows a maximum front yard area of 40 feet, paved not exceeded, so deviation is not requested for that code requirement. It should be noted that there's a provision in the code 88.5.1703 that says development plan review articles of this article do not apply to development of single family houses. So I will not go into the development plan review requirements. However, I will describe the development plan. Again, serves as the preliminary plat. Information as required is shown to suffice. The plan provides information on existing water and sanitary sewer lines, street lights, and power lines. The plan complies with parking requirements and providing minimum 1 space per unit on the driveway. Landscape plan, outdoor lighting stands, sign standards, and pedestrian standards are not applicable here. Parkland dedication, the applicant will be required to pay money in lieu for parkland dedication. A condition of approval would require that the developer improve the west half of McGee Street. and the south half of East 91st Terrace to residential street standard. This would involve construction of curb, gutter, sidewalks along the property's frontage adjacent to McGee Street and East 91st Terrace. There is no additional right-of-way being requested for either of those rights-of-way. Again, the applicant does request deviations. Applicant has submitted elevation drawings which indicate construction of a 2-story home with peaked roof. A single stall 378 square foot garage is located in the front of the house. There would be roughly 1,440 square feet of living area. The maximum allowable height of a structure in accordance with the zoning and development code is 35 feet. The applicant shows drawings and has stated that the maximum height of these structures will be 28 feet, less than the 35-foot maximum permitted. This is a axiomatic view of the home to be built on the lot. In analyzing this request for development plan approval, staff considers several points. We have heard through the years that there is a need and a desire for development of housing, new housing on smaller lots. It does provide an option desirable to many residents, allows them to stay within the urban core, somewhat suburban areas of the city, and take advantage of various housing types. It is a fact that smaller lots permit more affordable housing due to less costs required for land. Many owners do not desire the larger lots, which require obviously time and expense to maintain. The provision of units within the area allows cost-effective provision of utilities, which are already constructed, in this case, water, sewer, and new amenities to the area. The streets and utilities are in existence, should be utilized. The provision of infill housing within established areas of the city minimizes the need for sprawl into undeveloped areas of the city and therefore increased expenses to provide those utilities. And new development in these older areas results in improved public infrastructure, including curb, gutter, and sidewalk. The costs for these improvements adjacent to the property are borne by the developer. In this case, as I portrayed with the slide, there are these streets are unapproved, no storm sewer facilities. As these properties redevelop, the improvements will be made at the cost of the developer. So the area will improve as a whole, although it seems to be piecemeal. It does occur. Sidewalks are constructed. In this case, the developer has agreed to make these improvements. City Planning and Development Department staff recommends approval of the development plan subject to the following conditions, which are outlined in the staff report. I should note that we have received considerable amount of emails on this case. I believe there was a post made on Nextdoor for the area involved, which spurred quite a few emails to us. There are some in favor, probably more who are not in favor due to density. I realize these are very difficult to read at this scale. Most considerations are in regard to the density and then the stormwater drainage concerns. So if you have any questions on any of those, we could go into detail. Otherwise, staff does recommend approval subject to conditions, and this concludes my report.
Are there any questions from the commission to Patty?
I have a few. This is Commissioner Enders. Roughly how many comments did you receive that you just scrolled through right now?
Let me count those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Gotcha.
And I believe these came in through our public engagement process. I believe applicant's attorney has several on their PowerPoint, but I didn't receive those personally.
And can you scroll to the photo that has the view of the parcel with the homes next to it? There's a big red circle. Yeah, that one. How close would the southernmost home be to the existing house right there?
Well, that would be the property line for the southernmost lot would be, I believe it's right in here. There's the utility marker. The home actually would be set back 2.5 feet from their southern property line. So I can't tell you exactly. Let me go back and see if I can figure that out from the other view. So here you can see, this is the southern property line with the southernmost lot. The home would be built 2.5 feet from here. This lot to the south has again, it's one of the homes that was built on 3 lots, a fairly older, has a generous side yard setback.
And then, do you
Patty,
happen-
I was able to measure on parcel viewer. It appears the home to the left or to the south is about 15 feet off of its north property line.
Okay. Thank you, Joe.
And then do you happen to know the history of the other sites that this developer did that in similar fashion on 3 different lots?
We do not have that available today. Staff position is that is another case. Those were issued, permits were issued, homes were built. I believe there may be other testimony regarding that.
Gotcha. And do you know the time when those were built?
Those 92nd Grand homes, or?
Yes, the other 3 that the developer.
Within the past, I believe, I don't know exactly, 3-4 years. The applicant could probably answer that question accurately.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for Patty from the commission? Okay, so at this time, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant to talk about their case.
The applicant has been promoted and should be able to speak. Mr. Sexton or Emil, you're both been promoted. Could you hear us?
Okay, good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Name, please.
My name is Emil. I'm with Limeview Development. Address 4741 Central Street, Kansas City, Missouri, Suite 539, 64112.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name because it's showing up as Lime.
Limeview. My name is Emil, E-M-I-L.
Okay.
We had a presentation. I think Patty was going to do, maybe scroll through, and I can actually kind of give our presentation here if Patty doesn't mind. Okay, while Patty's presenting our presentation here, I'd like to start here because I have it on my computer here. I'm using a different computer to show our presentation here. Good morning, community and committee. We are presenting a development plan of 9130 McGee of 3 houses. We have taken a chance on many of these problem lots without knowing if these would be what buyers want or even have interest. We have found that we can introduce diverse development on a scale that works with problem lots in many different communities of non-conforming lots by offering diverse homes to fit any given lot without taking away from the character of the community, but only adding. Hey, Patty, if you can go back to the first page that shows our homes on 92nd and Grand, please.
First page, I believe.
Yeah, this one right here.
Yes.
So, okay, as I was saying, we have made effort to find homes for people to have ownership. Buyers still have the same amenities of homes in this area without exception. They have a brand new home, also attracting new potential buyers and homeowners, as this is only a small part in trying to create affordable housing throughout the metro. This is something that we are extremely passionate about. Locating our lots of development has become almost an algorithmic process of where the channel meets Instagram amongst other search engines, basic variables and possibilities small business survival times and times of duress. In the presentation here, you have our 9206 through 9210 grand homes. These homes were built within the last 2 years. A lot of delays in construction, and we had a bad winter. And so, but nevertheless, these are 2-bedroom, 2.5 bath, 2-story homes. I believe the height of these homes probably are right around 32 feet, which is below the minimum. And this area consists of a lot of different contours. If you look at the mapping, I mean, these homes here maybe sit a little higher because the elevation, as you go further, which would be east of these homes, the elevation drops. You can have almost from a 5-foot to a 15-foot drop. So every home that goes from east back to west between McGee all the way to Warnell, they'll always be looking over each other. There's nothing we can do about that. We try to find homes to fit on particular lots. So, Patty, can we go to the next? Also, these homes sold at $215,000, all at full asking price with multiple offers. Can you go to the next page, Brett, please, Patty? The city's basic obligation and responsibility is to ensure that all of its citizens have adequate, safe, sanitary, and healthy housing that meets code standards, that residents are structurally sound and consistently maintained for livability, and that encompassing neighborhoods and surrounding environs of safe and free of hazards, nuisance, and blighting conditions. I'm trying to catch up here. So this is KCMO's 5-year housing plan, which was established in 2019 through 2023. A bold idea: create additional single-family housing by December 2023 in an effort to improve population density, including density in targeted neighborhood areas. Bold ideas: support private developers, which we are. We're not a huge building company. We are considered ourselves almost a boutique. And with resources, less burdensome regulations, and appropriate incentives. We have not asked for any compensation or any tax refunds or reliefs of any kind. We are privately funded. Bold ideas: recognize that housing is essential for stronger and vibrant neighborhoods to restore Kansas City's reputation as family-friendly by focusing on vacant and blighted properties. Kansas City cannot market and offer itself as a preferred, attractive choice for families if large segments of its populations and neighborhoods are underserved. We have been building in this community for the last 10 years. We're familiar with this area. We have done homes on east and west of Warnell. So here we have area housing statistics, which is the source comes from Kansas City Regional Association of Realtors and the Heartland MLS. Within a 5-mile radius of 9130 McGee, there are 26 new homes currently active on the market. They generally range in prices from $320,000 to over $1.7 million, with the majority of these homes in the $1 million plus range and about a quarter of them in $320,000 to $450K range. Of the new homes currently pending, the lowest priced home within the 5-mile radius is $250,000. That is one home. The majority of the new homes under contract, 26, are more than $600,000. The next lowest price offer, the next lowest price after $250,000 is $310,000. The average sale price of the home in KC Metro area, both new and resale, for the month of June 2020 was $275,922, which is a lot higher than what we ourselves come up with on the calculations. We are attempting to build and sell homes at much lower prices than the average home in the Metro, despite material costs continuing to rise. We're gonna go through this slide here of a neighborhood of homes in this area right here. There's at least maybe 10 or so homes right here. This shows the diversity of homes that's existing in this area as is right now. Patty, can you go back to area housing information? Thank you. As an example of the value of the homes we are seeking to build in the neighborhood, one of the very few homes on the market in the area immediately surrounding 9130 McGee is an 80-year-old home at 9236 McGee that is 600 square feet and listed at $89,900. As you will see from the following image, this home, like many of the 1940 and 1960 builds in this neighborhood, needs work, will also likely need continued upkeep. The homes we are seeking to bring to the neighborhood are needed and priced accessibly. Newer homes are more accessible to a broader base of prospective buyers because of new condition. This is 9236, which was the address that we mentioned in the previous slide right here. We can go to the next slide, Patty. Thank you. Area immediately surrounding 9130 McGee. As you will see in the photographs that follow this slide, there is a substantial need for new homes and new life in this neighborhood. Despite concerns about density and lack of it, you will see that there are very few common features between the homes and properties that directly surround 9130 McGee. The one thing common in the area, single family homes. The proposed houses at 9130 McGee fit that the common item and will bring some much new needed life to this area. And I want to add something too. Our homes, we've taken into account the existing neighborhood. We're not using any materials that will take away aesthetically from what the homes are in the conditions of what they are right now. So we can't inhibit new development homes, by trying to meet what the standard was back in 1940 or 1960, for that matter. So this is the home, which would be considered south of our lot right here. This is a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house, which has been a rental property for many years. After talking to many neighbors, some are on the fence as far as rental properties because they have to deal with different people coming into the area and sometimes not taking the best care of rental properties. We can't change how owners of their properties use their home. As a benefit to the community, and unfortunately, these rental homes will actually get a boost from us by having new homes in this community, which then they can probably raise the rent, which is not something I'm a fan of, but this is what happens when you have new homes in the older community. That becomes a place where people want to live. Can we go to the next slide, Patty? Okay, so this is another home, which is right within the 300 feet. Actually, this is 9202 McGee Street, which is probably 50 feet to 75 feet away. 3-bedroom, 3-bath, 1540 on a square feet. And we offer 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath, 1400 on square feet. Next slide, Patty, please. This is another new construction home, also 9208 McGee Street. Another new construction home at 9212 McGee Street. This is an older home here, 3-bedroom, 1-bath, built 1940. 3-bed, 1-bath, 860 square feet. Next slide, please. This is a rental home. They talked to the owner and rental company. They are in favor. For whatever they may be, they are indifferent to if we build or don't build there, because this is a rental home for the most part, which some neighbors are not happy about. Some have no opinion about it. This lot sits directly north on the other side of 91st Terrace of 9130 McGee. Next slide, please. This is 9116 McGee Street. This lot has been now under contract with owner who wants to build one of our homes on this lot. And the reason he purchased this lot for us to build is because he likes the idea of this community and having new homes in this area. Next slide, please. 9112 McGee, 2-bedroom, 1-bath, 600 square feet, built in 1940. Again, just to show the diversity of homes that's in this area. 9106 McGee, another home built 1940, 2-bed, 1-bath, only 860 square feet. This is 312 East 91st Street, a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, 540 square feet. The house, we couldn't tell if it was vacant. We visited the home. The doors was screwed closed. The doors were locked and screwed from the outside. So we don't know if that was the actual entrance or the back door of the home. There was just no way to tell. But again, a different variety of homes in this area right here. This home, which I believe is a garage for the structure, what you see if you're looking at the screen to the right, that is a duplex right there, but we'll get to that in the next slide. So it's my understanding that this probably here is a garage, vacant. The picture does not even do it justice. This is me trying to actually take a picture that shows it in good light. I can assure you that's not how that house looks right now, and that's definitely an upgrade of this picture, what the conditions are around the house right now, which has been this way for some time.
How many more slides we got to go yet?
We can go through the slides. There's only a few more.
Yeah.
So 9160 Oak Street, a duplex, again, away from conventional single family homes. This is a duplex that houses multiple families. So again, this is directly across the street from 9130 McGee. A two bed, one bath, 760 square feet, which they are in favor of the development. 9129 McGee Street, directly sitting right across the street within 100 feet of the development, which she is in support of the development. 9133 McGee, also in support of development, which also sits right across the street from the development. So we're gonna go just kind of go through these slides here, just showing you difference of homes here.
Yeah.
And vacant lots in this area also. Okay, so neighborhood support. We have done public engagement. We've received some positive support from the property owners in the area immediately surrounding 9130 McGee. Homeowners desire new construction in the area for the betterment of the area and value of existing homes. Many homes in the surrounding area of rentals. New construction brings buyers in with pride, ownership who will be invested in the neighborhood and personally add to the tax base. So we'll get into, we have at least of all the homes that we have personally visited. When I say personally visited, knocked on door to door, even during this time. We had to wear a mask, so you can imagine either people think we're selling something or we're with the Board of Health because of this whole COVID thing. But of the 10 homes, of the 12 homes that we visited, all were in favor. We maybe run across one who just said he didn't like the trees or being cut down or something to that extent, but he's indifferent on the build. And this here is just statements from all of the neighbors within the 300 feet of the proposed development. So when I counted, I think roughly 10 here. We had neighbors who were wanting to be on this actual hearing, but since we've had continuances and everything with work and people have families and new parents, they couldn't guarantee that they would be here as we had many people available for the original hearing that we had that was continued to today. And all these are just testimonials of people who are in favor of the development. So I want to take my time and read this here because this has become a point of contention. If you can, zoom that screen in, Patty. And I have the letter here myself, so I'll make sure I read this. But I want to make a statement here. This is important that I say this.
Yeah, please be brief.
Yeah, I'll be as brief as I possibly can.
Okay.
So because this has been a point of contention, during our last hearing or our first hearing, it was brought up that code violation and ethics complaint. Let me be clear. We are not a real estate company. We are not a title company. We have no obligation. We're not hired or paid by either one of these entities. So the idea that we did something ethically incorrect or code violation is just untrue and is not warranted here at all. It has nothing to do pertaining to the property that's a subject right now, 9130 McGee. So we have the title company's lawyer were nice enough to address a letter explaining exactly what the issue was as far as titles of, what the confusion was that was brought to our attention by the Center Planning Commission. So this is the letter here, and I'll try to speed through this, but this is important because this was a mainstay. This was one of the biggest complaints that we received from the actual City Planning Commission as far as public engagement. I am writing you today to provide you an explanation of what transpired with the closing of
Sir,
the.
you're not going to read the whole letter, are you?
Well, if you can see it, all it says, I'll speed right through it. In Limeview Development recorded 3 notices of intent to sell in accordance with R.S.Mode section 42.9, blah, 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 on the properties located at 9206, 9208, 9210 in February of 2019, which was a year before these properties actually went to almost a year before these properties actually went to the market. So in the process, an administrative error occurred in transferring the deeds. This is pretty much what the title letter sums up right here. This had nothing to do with us. This had nothing to do with the city of Kansas City, Missouri. This had nothing to do with the realtor. This was simply an error on the title company. But this was broadcasted or even argued or claimed that something was done illegally in light of the deeds being transferred because of an error from the title company. So I just wanted to clear that up. And again, on the whole thing of code violations, which was brought up in the previous hearing, which was continued. We use the city as a resource as if any other homeowner would. If we have complaints, we go to the city, we pull permits just like any other building company. Again, none of these things had anything to do with 9130 McGee. To bring these up not only is harmful, but it serves no purpose here at 9130 McGee. So we'll continue from that, because there's a lot more I can get into about that, but for time and the sake of the docket and those other cases that need to be heard, we thought they cleared up and that would answer any questions of which was considered an ethical or any code violation. Again, this is a slide of our properties right here that we're planning on use at 9130 McGee. And we'd like to thank you guys for the time to listen to our case for development plan.
Thank you. Is there any questions from the commission to the applicant?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Enders. Can you briefly speak to the process of developing the 3 properties at 9206 Grand?
Yes, I can. So how this process works is before we can even, what the city or we call decombining the lots, we have to have our survey go out and survey the lots. The survey has to actually see that these lots can be legally decombined. Then we go to the county. Then from the county to the city. Then from the city, it gets to, which is the city's technician experts or whomever to look at these to see if these can legally be decombined into lots. This process happens before any plans are ever submitted.
Sorry, to rephrase my question, did you go through CPC 2 years ago for the 3 properties at 9206?
At the time when we submitted this wasn't a requirement from the city.
If I may comment, please. Hi, Diane Binkley, City Planning and Development. So that's part of why I'm here, because I've been through a lot of these processes on this. This gentleman's correct. The permits were issued in October of 2018 to build those 3 homes over on the other street. At the time, there was an interpretation of the code that the city staff has used for a number of years. And when I say a number, we're talking 10 at least, because the new code came into effect in 2011. At that time, there was a slight change in the provisions of that code, which staff did not interpret the way that ultimately, upon an appeal of our decision on another location in the city, the Board of Zoning Adjustment deemed that we were incorrect in our interpretation of the code. This gentleman was issued building permits under the way that we initially interpreted the code and did everything as directed by staff to do so. Once the Board of Zoning Adjustment determined that we were inaccurate in our interpretation, then staff stopped doing what we had been doing again for years and years, which was effectively just reestablishing lot lines. We had believed that we always had the right to reestablish a plat that was approved by a city council at some point in time in the city. It's not like we were creating new lots or something. It was just reestablishing those lot lines through a county process. So anyway, this gentleman did build 3 homes per the way that we interpreted the code at the time. We issued the building permits. He did not have to go through a public process at all. We never heard any complaints. We never received anything from the public at that location at the time, so we never had any concern. Again, upon BZA making the determination that we were wrong, then we stopped that act. And so then we went back and we determined that this process, which we've now required him and others to do, is to come through and seek Plan Commission and City Council approval for the platting. So that's the difference, but why he was able to do that then. He has been issued certificate of occupancies on some of those properties earlier this year, and it just continued forward. So again, that's why he's before you today under this new interpretation, which by the way has been held up by the courts as well, because there was an appeal of the Board of Zoning Adjustments decision and the courts have upheld that today. So we'll see what happens after that. But
Thanks for that context. That helps. 2 more questions. Do you have other lots in this neighborhood that are either owned by your company or under contract? And also, can you speak briefly to what your vision would be for this neighborhood?
Yeah, well, our homes here that you see on 9130, even the homes on 92 Grand, because of these lots and the conditions and how they're contours, it makes it, we can't put this one particular home on 9130 on every lot, because that slab wouldn't work on, if you drop from a 810 elevation down to a 803. So this area consists of a lot of lots that are, which were originally platted back in I think Patty stated in the beginning, 1903 at 25 feet. We do not intend to put all of these homes. We don't own all of the lots there. On the lots that are smaller, we intend to use these smaller homes because it works for these lots. And also the feedback that we got, we have a proven model with the homes on 92, at 92 and 9008, 9206 through 9210 Grand, that the buyers have been receptive to and accepted. They don't lose anything. They get the same home, maybe smaller, less maintenance, and they still have a yard. So our vision here is we're passionate about trying to bring affordable housing in communities. And affordable, that you can argue what affordable is, but we're going based on the market for the most part. Our homes hadn't been priced at over $250,000. And our vision is to try to get these homes in that fit on these lots. Some of these homes won't work on some of these lots. We are aware of that, but we hadn't crossed that bridge yet. But our vision is to try to bring in these homes we consider nice homes. The feedback we've gotten from people and early investors wanting these homes, that this is the home, and that we show to the neighborhoods. We've showed every person that in household the home, the development itself, and it's been approved. And the folks seem to think it's a good idea.
Any other questions from the commission? So with that, let's go ahead and open it up to public testimony. Is there anybody in the audience first that would like to speak on this case?
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, on these lots, do these houses have a basement?
This house does not have a basement.
Okay.
This garage walks into your main living area, to your kitchen, and you go upstairs to your bedrooms.
Does it have a storm shelter?
I didn't understand your question.
He's asking
if there's God forbid that ever happened, where do these people go in case of a tornado warning?
Well, the city doesn't require us to build storm shelters. That's not a part of the process of our application for permits. That we have never had to build a storm shelter for a home, unless you know something that new that we're not aware of, or other builders. We've never had to build.
We are all aware that we live in an area where, God forbid, that we're always having tornado warnings, sirens once a month, and maybe none would happen, and that's good that way. But in the event that something tragic would happen, these people have no place to go, especially at nighttime.
Yeah, but that would be for every house in that area too.
All those houses don't have a basement?
No, any house in that area doesn't have a basement, or any home in that area, which would be considered, I guess you say, a storm area. The city the city has not outlined that as something that needs to be built in new construction, storm shelters.
Commissioner Rojas, as a native Texan, we didn't have basements. And so we would go to the center of our house, and that was our storm shelter. So it's not the best solution, but it's doable. I survived. So
Maybe that needs to be researched. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Okay. So with that, let's go ahead and open it up to public testimony. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak on behalf of this docket item 1.1 and 1.2? And so let's go ahead and see if there's anybody online that would like to speak.
There are 3 people that have raised their hand, maybe now 5. The first person I promoted is Parker Webb.
You mind on our screen, go ahead and somehow we'll take down the.
Yeah, Patty, can you close your PowerPoint?
There
Thank
we
you.
go.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. So Mr. Webb, do you mind stating your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Parker Webb, 1007 West 88th Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri, 64114.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted to comment in support of this project. I work in affordable housing, particularly in the multifamily side of the business. And I think this project is something that is going to enhance the neighborhood. It adds the diversification, the mix of incomes in this neighborhood and in our neighborhood. And I think it's something that's truly valuable. And I think, frankly, the innovative process of constructing these properties allows him to do so at a cost which is desperately needed right now. I can barely build multifamily units for the cost that he's selling these homes. So I wanted to voice my support of that. I also think a lot of the discussion on Nextdoor is inappropriate, as it often is. And I want to say one note, which is that Kansas City's maybe largest contribution to the real estate industry has been the systematic use of block busing and redlining. And when we have a great Black developer who's coming in to build affordable homes in our neighborhoods, I think we should take that very seriously. And we should give him just as much respect as we gave the 3-hour presentation that I sat through last week waiting to speak on Emil's behalf.
Person was Joe Nastasi. I've promoted him.
Take yourself off of mute. Can you say your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, my name is Joe Nastasi. I live at 8929 Main Street. I have lived here for 30 years this month.
Sir, we can't hear you very well. We can hear you very faintly. Can you speak louder?
Okay. I'll try to do better. I have my headphones on. So once again, my name is Joe Nastasi. I live at 8929 Main Street. Have lived here for 30 years now. I live approximately 3 to 4 blocks from 9130 McGee. I served for just wrapped up 15 years of service on the Center School Board of Education. Just retired in June from that. I've been deeply invested in my community for a long time here. My grandfather built my house in 1955. It sits on 3 lots, which is very common in the Moores Southland edition. Certainly applaud Mr. Brown wanting to develop new homes in our area. It is needed. As a former school board member, the tax base is welcome. However, in driving by this lot, I was like, there is just no way 3 houses can fit on it. And the pictures simply don't do it justice. The average size of a basketball court is about 94 by 50. And so each of these lots would be half the width of a basketball court. Certainly looking at the houses he's already built on Grand, safety, should there be a fire, is a huge concern because you can barely get a push lawnmower between the houses. And I was surprised to see at how, extremely close that they are. I think it's a perfect lot for a single family home. I certainly agree with that. I applaud Mr. Brown. I think that, 3 is just frankly ludicrous to try to squeeze those on. So I would urge the commission to reject this plan, to divide it into 3 lots. Most of the homes in this entire neighborhood are on a minimum of 2, and the majority are on 3 lots. And there is a diversity of styles. I agree with Mr. Brown on that. There are many homes that do have basements, although that is not required. And I just think that it just doesn't fit with 3 being crammed into that space. Although I certainly applaud his efforts and what he's trying to accomplish with, affordable housing. That is an issue. We all are concerned about that, but I would just urge the commission, to reject this plan. And I think it's much more appropriate for a single family home. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your service too.
Next is Virginia Phillips.
Do you mind stating your name and address for the record, please?
Hello. Hi, I'm sorry. It kicked me off for a second. Am I on? Yes. Okay, excellent. My name is Virginia Phillips. I'm a realtor. I work in the area. I also happen to be Mr. Brown's realtor. I've worked with him for going on 7 years now, and want to speak to his character too. He's an amazing person who has the best interests of the city, who moved here for work and chose to stay here because he loves the city. That said, I want to speak to a few things I've heard. He touched a little bit on these homes providing they give a bigger buyer pool. What we mean when we say that is, I've heard the excuse from folks that oppose this saying there are plenty of older homes people could buy. I guess there are older homes people could buy, but the problem with some of those is they limit the buyer pool because often you need to be able to have a conventional loan financing situation to buy those homes because they're in older condition, they need repairs, and folks that are trying to buy those sometimes have to give up fund resources they would have used for a down payment, thus making those homes inaccessible to them because now they're having to pay to help fix a roof or pay to fix a plumbing issue. These new homes allow more people the option of getting into a home with a more diverse funding option. So you can go in with an FHA loan and get these and not have to spend all of your resources in the bank making repairs. Additionally, I want to talk about housing shortage. Right now in this area, we're seeing sometimes over 10 offers on homes. So that means 9 people are losing out when they're trying to buy a home in this area. These homes are desperately needed and wanted. As Mr. Brown said, every one of these homes sold at full asking price. All the buyers are excited. All the buyers agents sent me pictures of them on their moving day, happy. These are homes that people sought out for the smaller yard, for the floor plan, for the amenities offered. Mr. Brown seeks to build homes that, while affordable, also offer the luxuries that people want. They have quartz countertops. They have the open floor plan. They're set up in a way that a first-time home buyer can live upstairs and have their own bathroom, but also have a renter that has their own bathroom. So it's just another way to make a home affordable for someone via the floor plan. One more note. I just wanted to say, I counted 4 times that Mr. Brown was hurried. And in this process, we've been continued once and said, maybe continued twice. I've listened to 9 hours of testimony and I've never heard a primary presenter hurried, especially 4 times. So again, I appreciate everybody's time for listening. We appreciate you all being here, especially during these scary times, sitting out there for us. Thanks for your work and consideration.
Is there anybody else?
Next person is
you don't mind unmuting yourself, and as you do, please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I also got disconnected shortly, so I want to make sure that you're speaking to me. Sherry Elliott. Hello?
Yes, please continue. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know who you picked next because I got disconnected while you're doing it. My name is Sherry Elliott. I am a Boone Hills resident. I live at 9401 Warnell. 64114. I live on the south side of Dykes Branch Creek. This home is on the north side. And I have a presentation that I sent to Patty. So I'm hoping that she can bring that up. So there are a lot of issues about this application that I'm going to speak about. Historical precedent, the need to follow an orderly process that respects the city ordinances and long-term planning tools such as our area plan, and then the suitability of the particular site for this development. The next slide is the actual 1908 plat. A lot of this Patty went over, so I won't stay on slides if that's the case. The next slide is the tax for that particular block 1940. So you can see there's, I don't know, 5 houses by then, and none of them were next to each other. So the next slide, Patty, you can go. Okay, so the development pattern for this neighborhood was parcels of 2 or more. And the historically platted lots never became a development pattern, and they're just a legal description of the property in this case. This is not a historical district like the West Side. The entire subdivision consists entirely of single-family homes built on 2 or more combined lots, and there's one exception to that, and those are the 3 houses that Mr. Brown built at 9206, 9208, and 9210 Grand. Those are the only houses that sit on single lots, single lot parcels. So I want to go over the area plan because it's really important here. The reason we have them is because we need to follow an orderly process for what the neighborhood wants. I know she stated in her staff report that higher density housing is needed to avoid urban sprawl, and I completely agree with this. And I love the idea of neighborhoods using these long-term planning tools to identify those areas and recommend development patterns. But it's not something that you want to do piece by piece, deviation by deviation. We need to follow the orderly process to keep the neighborhood stable. So she's gone on, I think, to the red. So our area plan is the Red Bridge area plan. It was a long process. A lot of people were involved. The long-term planner for the area was involved. There was a 28-member steering committee. Jeffrey Williams, the director of planning and development, sponsored it, and it was unanimously voted on by the council just 3 years ago. So the use plan for this, I don't know, I can't see where Patty's at. I wasn't going to go into the issue that Mr. Brown was talking about on the other, but since he brought it up, I do want to correct some things, but I will do that later at a later slide. So let's skip that one. Sorry. So I already went over kind of the purpose of the area plan and the Red Bridge plan, and the process that we went through was extensive. So the Red Bridge area plan has a use map, a recommended use map, and everybody agrees on what they would like to see that area developed in what pattern. And as you can see, the yellow portion of the map on the left side of the split from 89th to Bannister and Main to Oak is Moore South Land Addition, and it's currently zoned 7.5 with a recommended land use of residential low density. So the next slide is also from the area plan, and it defines what that means, and that it's not just single family, but it means building types up to 7.2 units per acre. I somehow calculated 12.4. I know Patty said 9 something, so I'm not sure about that, what I'm doing wrong. But if you look at the lot sizes they're asking for, they're less than half what our 7.5 allows. So it makes sense that the density would be close to double. So the next slide is land use categories and definitions and what the purpose of that is. They're used in a long-term plan, and they're intended to prevent future land use conflicts, safeguard natural resources, and plan for orderly and predictable development of the area. This is very important for stable neighborhoods. Okay, so the guiding principles of the area plan. The guiding properties support goals that were shaped by the community and vetted by the planning department. And the two that I want to emphasize here is the respect for the scale and character of adjacent development and ensure infrastructure is adequate. And over again in the ordinances, and when there's criteria listed, it says that the infill development must be compatible with the neighborhood. So the next slide shows additional guidelines for infill, and it illustrates mass, pattern, alignment, and scale. All are important features in determining whether infill is compatible. And when you use this guide, it's not. There's no historical precedence. The scale is definitely off. So I want to go to the next slide. Thank you. Okay, so this is a picture of the houses he built on Grand. So this is a smaller house on the left with the adjacent infill on the right. The house on the left is 12 feet tall. The houses on the right are 35 feet tall. I did obtain the building plans. They're the maximum height. The house on the left is 3 lots. The house on the right is also 3 lots. There are 2 lots between the 2 houses. So you could build 2 more houses there if this is allowed to move forward and it becomes a consistent development pattern. I want to mention also, this is where I'm going to address some of the things that he brought up. This property still doesn't show as segregated by Jackson County. He was issued a permit based on the old ordinance that was followed, but the permit did have a condition, and that was that he show proof that he.
Ms. Elliott, can you continue on? I think we know all about this.
No, you don't. You don't. He built the lot. He built all 3 houses on 1 parcel. It was never divided. That's why
we talked about that piece that Ms. Binkley has already addressed.
No, she didn't address the fact that they issued a permit based on the properties being divided. He never divided them. He sold the entire property to the first buyer. And that property, 9206 Grand, still doesn't have a certificate of occupancy, although there is a person living there.
Ms. Elliott, thank you. We appreciate that, and we know that you have concern over it, but this is Diane Binkley, sorry. And that's
Yes.
a separate case. The commission's here to
Right.
evaluate the project at 91st and McGee. We only answered the question because the commissioner had a question specific.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just correcting some of the comments that were made on that. I wasn't going to bring it up at all. Okay, so the next slide it talks about why the area plan guidelines are important. They surveyed the neighborhood. The majority of residents thought design guidelines ensured compatibility with current character of the area. And the development plan applications are actually subject to the development form guidelines, which means it's subject to density, zoning, and compatibility with the neighborhood. Okay, so, excuse me. Okay, so Patty already went over the ordinance that was used, how he was able to build the others. I just wanted to point out that under the lot consolidation ordinance, there's no allowance for under 30 feet. And but if there were, again, it says that the granting of the result to segregate the lots would result in compatible infill development that is keeping with the pattern of development on the subject block. This is not. Okay, what wasn't brought up is that this amendment, they tried to do an amendment to this ordinance to get rid of that 30-foot lot requirement. And it failed by a 9-3 vote of the city council. So 25-foot lots can't be created by dividing them. So what they're trying to do is create new non-conforming lots based on the historical lots. So this explains the confusion at the first meeting, because I don't know that they know what process to follow here, because I'm not sure that we've had this situation since the ordinance was defeated. I think we would have more neighborhood support here, but we had a really difficult time trying to explain to the neighborhood what exactly they were doing, because there is no formal process to do this. And honestly, everybody's in favor of the applicant building a home here, a single house. He could do it right now and none of us would have to be here. So we're just not really sure why we need to be going through this process to make an exception. And he owns 7 other parcels that he just purchased, not on contingency. So he plans to keep doing it. Okay, so let me go on to the next. The development plan with deviations, at least as well as I can understand, is to provide a method of relief to somebody, an individual, on a case-by-case basis. This is not designed for a developer who purchased 7 speculative tracts in February for $77,500. So, and it's not expensive land either. So he just doesn't think he needs to follow the rules or orderly process. But the neighborhood spent a lot of time deciding what they wanted to see there over the long term, and we're just throwing it out the window. Okay, so I just the next slide, excuse me. I just brought up the residential zoning districts and lot size requirements. So normally we would go through a process of rezoning to allow for this density and lot size. And the area would need to be rezoned to a minimum of R2.5 for the density, and R0.3 would cover lot size. He wouldn't need any variations except for the 15 feet on the corner.
Okay, can we stay on task here with this particular case at hand? Because you're
okay. I'm sorry. I thought that this did apply to this case because we're not following the process, and I wasn't sure that the new members know what the process should be. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so the next slide, 9130 McGee. I showed the left side is the lot, but the right side is the opposite side of the street that they didn't show
So,
before.
Ms. Elliott, I think in your testimony, the concern you have is the house height, the density on the lots, as well as there's an area plan.
It's not compatible with, over and over again, the infill must be compatible.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna move on to, I just showed another lot that he owns and he could build 2 houses there. And the house on the right is being renovated for sale. Okay, so these are the issues. There's no ordinance to segregate the lots. You would need to create new non-conforming lots. The historical plats never were used. They're just a legal description. It's not compatible with existing houses and development style. And the density is almost twice that's allowed. And now I'm going to get to infrastructure, which is one of the major issues here, and it's stormwater. So the stormwater capacity, at my request, James Walton, an engineer with Water Services, who's in charge of flood emergency system and watershed management, met me at the location to look at the stormwater system because I couldn't figure out what was going on there. There were a lot of complaints by the area neighbors about raw sewage coming out of the manhole right at that corner, flooding on the street, so on and so forth. So he confirmed that no improvements had been made in the system since 1986-97 watershed study of Dykes Branch. At that time, a 10-year event modeling, and so that's 5.25 inches per 24 hours, showed that the system was inadequate by half. Since that time, a stream that was included in the draft stream buffer ordinance and originally ran across the property was moved into the storm sewer system. So moved into a system that was already at half capacity. The remaining stream is just like a block down the street and goes all the way to Dykes Branch.
Ms. Elliott, please, we have got to move on our meeting. We've got just a couple hours here to finish up. So just can you-
Right, and I like the,
We are ready to move on.
I waited all day at the first meeting and never could get onto Zoom, and I waited all day last time as well. But there's kayak work around the property. It's about, at some spots, 8 feet wide. The water.
Person is
down
Carol.
like-
Hi, Carol.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, you've had plenty of time to speak.
Okay, let me just
Your opposition.
finish. I can wrap it up quickly.
Your idea here.
There is water, all of the water that comes down Grand from 89th Street, all of the water that comes down from 91st Terrace, all of the water that comes down McGee converges at that corner, and putting it underground into a sewer system is not going to help. And the next slide shows what has happened as a result of the previous infill and now Indian Creek backing up onto, so a block more of the properties near the creek are in floodplain than were before. So additional houses, so if this split that there's no process for is approved, anyone can do the same, and including splitting a side yard off for development. We're asking for denial on the basis that there's no historical precedent for single lot parcels. And I already read the other reasons. What we would be fine with him building one house on the property. I think everybody would be thrilled for that. Thank you.
Carol Winter Road.
Good morning, Carol. If you don't mind stating your name and address for the record, please.
Carol, you're muted.
Pardon?
You're muted.
Oh,
I just unmuted you.
you unmuted me?
Yes.
Okay.
You're muted.
I'm Carol Winter Road, president of Center Planning and Development Council, which is an umbrella group of homes and neighborhood associations in South Kansas City. Our northern boundary is 85th Street. our mission is quality development. Sherry Elliott is one of our board members, and she has done extensive research on this. But Center Planning is asking the council to reject this development because it does not meet the qualifications of the Red Bridge Area Plan, number one. Secondly, it doesn't meet the current conditions of the ordinances. And thirdly, you've got basic infrastructure problems that are going to get worse. So we are asking you to deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Raise their hand.
I'm sorry.
That's it for the number of people who have raised their hand.
Okay, so at this time, let's go ahead and close public testimony.
Chairman, this is Patty Knoll, planner.
I'm sorry?
This is Patty Knoll, the planner. Could I address a couple of issues that have been brought up?
No.
The mention was made regarding the proximity of the two homes to each other. The building code and fire code requirements come into play here. The applicant will be required to use appropriate materials in the construction because the homes are not separated by a minimum of 10 feet. So that is handled under the building and fire code. We have many cases throughout the city where this is applicable. The other issue is the area plan. As I mentioned earlier, the long-range planning preservation staff and city planning and development department position is that if rezoning is not requested, the recommendation of the area plan is not applied. The final item I would like to address is what I did mention in my presentation, is that if this were coming under the non-conforming provision, that staff would need to consider the compatibility of the infill development with the character of the neighborhood. As I stated, the developer is not utilizing that non-conforming lot provision because the lots are less than 30 feet. So staff has determined that the development plan is the appropriate venue, and that is what they're asking for now. And they do have the right to ask for the deviations that they have requested. That's it.
Since we've heard some public testimony and some concerns about the project itself, so getting back to the applicant, if he would like to make some rebuttal on some of those items.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't.
Please be brief.
Yeah, I'll be brief as I can. In the rebuttal to, I think it was Sherry, and I'll try to remember some of the things that she said. She went on about many things. One being the floodplain she mentioned. If you go onto the basic GIS map of Kansas City, Missouri, you can actually pull up to see what's in the floodplain. With our development or without our development, this is not in the floodplain. As far as long-range planning and keeping in with the aesthetic of the neighborhood, I don't think this applies because there has been new construction in this area before we even built here. And she mentioned in another slide on houses that were up on 91st Street, which were built on 50-foot lots. So I just think a lot of this is just a distraction from, just our application for development. And although she brought up some great points, I'm not going to argue everything that she brought up because we don't have the time. This is not the place for it. But another thing, speaking for a neighborhood that is not, I guess, considered a HOA, no one pays any dues to this. And I think public engagement, what she's doing and her group is doing, is a good thing, but I just don't think they're basically informed on exactly what they're presenting. They're presenting what they think and not exactly how is written, all the ordinances are written. So I can't rebut everything she said because this is not there's not a time frame for that.
Yeah. All right, so at this time, we're going to kind of close all testimony from applicant as well as the public. Is there any questions from the commission or any discussion or thoughts you have?
I guess I'll start. I'm in favor of the proposed development. I think it addresses really three crises that we have. As someone who's been to almost all of the housing policy meetings that were conducted by the city, I think the applicant is doing us a service to getting to our 5,000 unit goal by 2023. The applicant also noted that, which I've found as well, that most new homes are over $300,000, $350,000, pushing $400,000. So his price range does meet a market and is more affordable. I think it's also sustainable. More people within the urban core using existing infrastructure, both fiscally and environmentally, is a positive. And then thirdly, I think, as some people have noted, one house on 3 lots is inherently exclusionary. And I think this is a moderate step in the right direction to getting more people into homes at an affordable price point. And I agree with all of the staff's analysis about smaller lots permit affordable housing. And I believe that it's a corner lot, and it provides a good kind of test case in this area. So for those reasons, I'm going to vote yes in support of it if the motion is to approve with conditions.
I share Commissioner Baker's goals, but fear that allowing this will set a precedent that will absolutely transform this neighborhood in a very, very short period of time. The price of these lots, which have already sold, which could be bought by developers, is at such a price point that it would be very, very, very easy for someone to take a example of 3 homes and raise money in a heartbeat and buy out a vast majority of these empty lots, buy off side lots, buy multiple parcels. And I think that we have to be cognizant that while those goals are very good goals, we would be granting a lot of deviances for someone to come in and, as I said, just transform the neighborhood in a very, very short period of time.
Anything, or Ashley?
Yeah, I had a couple comments. So I also am in support of this project. I echo a lot of the things that Commissioner Baker has said. I hear what Commissioner Enders is also saying about the new development, but what I'm hearing specifically from what Patty and Diane have mentioned is that the new track for us to evaluate these is for it to go through the commission. So I think that allows a level of discretion for us to, one, decide if this is appropriate and decide if it's appropriate on a project by project basis before it gets too far down the road and potentially does run into issues. The other thing I was going to mention is that I feel like the question around scale and compatibility is a concern to me, because I think oftentimes that gets put into a very narrow box, but multifamily, single family, all those things can exist in the same neighborhood without it necessarily being incompatible. I realize this is a little bit higher density than what some of the other surrounding homes are, but I believe that it's still compatible.
Thank you. Mr. Rojas?
No comment.
Okay, no comment. Okay. Just from, I guess I'm the last one. So from my personal opinion, I agree with both Mr. Enders and Mr. Baker. Just the fact that this is the development like it and like the density in it, but just a little afraid that it might be not the right place for this kind of thing to occur. If it was more north of here, I think it'd be a better place for that kind of thing, because I can see again that whole neighborhood being bought up and making really dense very quickly. So I think we're kind of done with comments. So at this time, I'm looking for.
I'd like to add one last thing, that based upon some real quick back of the napkin type math, I don't think developers will have any problem doing this with 2 lots at a time. And so I think that, as others have suggested, you could infill based upon the amount of lots that are available, based upon the price at which you could buy existing homes. I think people could very, very easily not require any of these extra special deviations and could still provide a vast amount of infill, and there are plenty of lots that allow for that currently without us having to bend over backwards for it. Thanks.
Gotcha. I think I'm looking for a motion.
I'll do the motion. Are we going to do two of them together, the dismissal as well, or do that two
Yeah,
separate?
yes, go ahead and do the docket item 1.1 and then do the dismissal of 1.2.
I motion to approve document item 1.1, approval subject to conditions outlined in the staff report. And motion to dismiss docket item 1.2.
Got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. So with that, Lisa, can you take roll call, please?
Commissioner Allender. Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Commissioner Crowell.
No.
Commissioner Enders,
Nay.
Rojas,
Second, right at the crucial time. So do you have a yes or no vote, Mr. Rojas?
No.
and Commissioner Sadowski.
Yeah.
So it looks like the motion failed for a vote of 2 to 4. So thank you, and let's move on to the next.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I need to be excused for about 15 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, I'll be right back. Thank you.
You be okay still with a quorum?
Pardon me, still have a quorum.
Commissioner,
Do we need
Mr.
a
Chairman,
vote
you
to
need to make a
deny? That was
motion
a-
to
We need a
deny
different motion
to deny it if that's
deny
what
the
the
case.
board
Okay.
wants to do now,
Um,
because that was.
So that, so
All
it
right.
failed to
I'm
to
asking
approve it. So we
Sarah.
need an actual motion to actually deny the cases.
The motion was to approve what this, and so now they need a motion to deny, correct? Okay. That's what I was-
I,
Right, but she's not listed on the form, on your docket.
the quorum is just on the dismissal, so perhaps we need to make, there was no, that motion, your motion was just on the development plan, right?
He did both of them. He did both of them.
Did both.
Oh, I think we probably needed them separate then.
But I don't think she's listed on the required form.
Okay.
Right, but that case is being dismissed, so I think you need to have two different motions.
Oh, she's
Since you
on
have a
one,
quorum
but
on
not the
one,
other?
but not on the other.
So we need to then, so the motion as stated was for docket item 1.1 to be approved with the 19 conditions. And then we also have docket item 1.2 to be dismissed.
It's the other way. It's the other way around, Commissioner. 1.1 should be dismissed and 1.2 should have a recommendation made.
Well, that's what I thought, but just reading through the actual thing. Okay.
So do we want to do 1.1 for dismissal first, real quick?
So it looks like 1.2 is dismissed.
1.1 is the preliminary plat, which, as you recall, last time we met on this project, it was determined that that's not the appropriate process.
Okay.
So that's why the applicant is now requesting dismissal as his staff.
And then
That has a required quorum on it. That case does.
And then we'll go
Docket
to
item 1.2 is a new application. There's no required quorum.
So let's do 1.1 again for dismissal, and then we can go to 1.2. Motion to dismiss 1.1.
Second.
Okay. So we got a motion and a second to dismiss item 1.1, and so let's go through that first, Lisa.
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Commissioner Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Sadowski wasn't on that quorum.
Yeah, that one actually had a quorum established on
I'm sorry, she
1.1.
was. It was on the next line, Sarah. I don't know if you.
So now,
Oh, I see, yeah.
so now we go to docket item 1.2, which goes back to Mr. Baker's motion. So second and then,
So move to deny docket item 1.2.
okay, so I got a new motion to deny 1.2.
Second.
A motion and a second. So if you can take a roll call, please, Lisa, for denial of case 1.2.
Okay, denial. Okay. Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker, Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so docket item 1.2 has been denied with a vote of 5-1.
Commissioners, I just need clarification. Commissioner Sadowski, that was a motion to deny. Did you mean to vote aye for it?
Sorry, no. I think I was thinking it was a motion to,
It's a vote of 4-2 to deny the case.
so nay, yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Rojas, you're going to take a 15-minute break. The rest of us are going to continue on.
You do have a quorum, don't you?
We do.
Okay, thank you. I'll be right back.
All right, the next case is docket item 2, case number CPC 2020-00105, the Edison at Tiffany Springs. This is a request for a development plan, which also serves as a preliminary plat on about 13 acres located at 7201 Northwest Old Tiffany Springs Road. I am also the staff presenter today since Zach is gone. Because I have to share my PowerPoint and everything, I'm going to go ahead and do that from here. And the applicant, represented by Mr. Stone, up at the dais. Bear with me just a moment. Point. Docket item 2.
Yes.
Okay. Mentioned is the Edison at Tiffany Springs. The property is located in the northwestern portion of the city, about 2 miles southeast of the airport and a mile north of Zona Rosa and just west of I-29. This is an aerial photograph of the site that's shown in the yellow boundary. Immediately north of the property is Northwest Old Tiffany Springs Road. It is bound on the west by an Evergy substation and undeveloped property just to the west of that. To the south is Northwest Donovan Drive and some apartment complexes. To the east is Avion Avenue and a former hotel that's recently been converted to a U-Haul self-storage and truck rental. Then to the north is Honda of Tiffany Springs, as you can see. And north and northwest is some undeveloped land. This property is zone B3, which is a commercial zoning district. It does allow single-purpose residential buildings like what is proposed. The area plan is the KCI area plan, and it recommends commercial uses for the property. And that corresponds with the current zoning of B3. And while, of course, apartments are not commercial necessarily, staff's evaluation is that this proposal complies with the area plan because, number one, the B3 zoning allows the use in the residential building type. And number two, the zoning is compliant with the area plan's recommendation. I do want to point out there are a couple things on this photograph that are outdated. This photograph, while it's from 2018, which wasn't too long ago, there have been a number of public improvements in this area, including to Northwest Old Tiffany Springs Road, which now runs due east-west across this area. From this point here, can y'all see my cursor?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. From this point here, it runs due east across I-29 and no longer veers to the southeast. It was improved to a 4-lane divided road. Northwest Donovan Drive was also built from Avion westward to Congress. So this section of road here no longer exists. Rendering of the proposed site plan layout. And as you can see, there's several apartment buildings with parking around those buildings as well. Staff had some initial conversations with the applicant about reversing that layout, and I'll let the applicant respond and explain as to why they have been unable to accomplish that. But one of the nice things about this layout, though, is the way that they're utilizing their stormwater as a central green and park area with the paths, as you can see in white, surrounding the retention areas. Clubhouse is proposed to be located in the northwestern portion of the site. And there is, I believe, a dog run or dog park area at the east end of the site on the last version of the plans I saw. Some of the units will also have covered parking, which are identified by the small buildings around the edges. These are some elevations of the proposed building. It's primarily constructed of board and batten lap siding with some stone elements near the base of the building and a limited amount of stucco. These are the garages that I referenced just moments ago. Just to give you an idea of some of the roof lines. Renderings of what it might look like from Tiffany Springs Road to the north. Recommending approval with conditions as stated in the staff report. However, there are a few corrections that we're requesting, I believe, starting with 1A, which is a plan correction that staff is recommending. The applicant has actually already complied with that with their revised plans. So they're requesting removal of that condition and we're supportive of that. I do believe there's also a couple other conditions further down that were Stacy or Land Development Division's recommendations, and some of them may have gotten transposed. There's some redundant conditions, and I believe everyone's fine with changing those, but I'll let Stacy and Mr. Stone clarify that for you.
Stacy Lowe, Land Development Division with C Planning Department. There are 3 corrections that we'll have to request to the staff report. Condition number 14 is a duplicate of condition number 8. So we are requesting that condition 14 be deleted, and the applicant is in agreement with this. There are also 2 conditions which failed to be added to the staff report. The applicant is in agreement that these conditions be added as well. The first condition is this submitting grading, siltation, and erosion control plans for approval by Land Development. The second condition is granting a BMP or surface drainage easement as required by Land Development. These are standard conditions that the applicant was made aware of early in the review process and has no objection to them being added to the staff report.
To point out something related
There's
to the condition.
one more. Yep. Anything else from staff? Any questions for staff?
Thank you. I'm Doug Stone with the Lewis Rice Law Firm, and here on behalf of our applicant, there are a number of people in the audience here with me, architects, engineers, and the like. I don't know that we've got any particular thing to add. I have one additional correction to the staff report, and then I would be glad to answer questions. In condition number 19, there's a reference to the IBC 2012. It ought to be 2018. The city's now adopted the 2018 code.
Okay.
And of course, you know, for someone who's just pitch hitting, Joe does a great job of explaining the project. We'll be glad to answer any additional questions that you all have. And we had a neighborhood meeting. No one attended. I don't think there's any great controversy with regard to this.
Okay. Thank you for being brief.
Thank you. Although I can, if you'd like, I can go back to when this was a Native American land and walk us through all that up to now.
Appreciate it. No. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, so with that, let's open it up for public testimony. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak on behalf of docket item number 2? Seeing nobody run up to the podium. Anybody online that's raised their hand?
Mr. Chair, I don't see anyone raising their hand.
Okay, so let's go ahead and close public testimony. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So at this time, Commission, if there's no discussion needed or anything you want to talk about, I will welcome a motion.
I had a minor comment. One of the staff recommendations was to provide a coherent architectural theme and talked about adding more brick or stone or consolidating roof lines or something of that nature. I think it's sort of a minor change, but I think I agree with the idea that there's a lot of materials going on here. And if there was a little, I would say even one less material change, this is getting granular. So this is something that I think can be worked out with staff, but either the gray stucco material matches the brown or it's changed to the gray board and batten siding. But I would echo that sentiment about the staff recommendation of creating a little bit more coherency in your materials.
If I could address that, we do have a material board. We're going to work with staff before this would go to council to finalize the materials, color palette and the like. There have been some discussions and we just assumed that for today we would move forward with the idea that we'd come to terms with staff on that, but we're sensitive to that issue.
Okay, very good. Any other comments?
There's going to be sidewalks all around the site, correct? Or there already are?
They're already there on, Stacy can address that. She was the project manager for that in Public Works. before
That's
she came to our
correct.
department.
In my previous position with Public Works, I was the project manager for the Old Tiffany Springs Road reconstruction project. As part of the improvements on both Donovan Drive and Old Tiffany Springs Road, there are sidewalks that now bound this site on both the north and the south side. One additional thing to be of note of, you'll see there's a small connection on Avion Avenue that is being vacated by the city in the future. That road will no longer exist, but there will be a bike trail that connection that goes in place of it.
And I guess the last question is, the street trees are in compliance with the code, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, if Stacy's willing to jump in, then I'll move to approve with conditions as stated, but striking 1A, striking 14, adding the 2 additions for erosion control, and then also for the surface water management.
Surface drainage easement.
Yeah.
And changing, I think you want to do the change to number 19 to reference the 2018 building code.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes. Okay, so I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. Lisa, do you mind taking roll call, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Brown, Enders,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
I'm back.
Oh,
Okay, well, it looks like the doc item has passed 5-0. So good luck with your project and thank you.
Thank you all very much.
so did Commissioner Rojas, was he there for the case or no?
Yes, I am. I'm
He's
back.
here for the whole case. So nice here for the next item on the docket.
Next item on the docket is docket item 3, case number SUP 2020-00019, Stevenson Apple Orchard located at 6700 Lee Summit Road. This is a request for a special use permit to allow for the use of the property as an outdoor event space in District R80. It is about 50 acres in size. Shu Wood is the staff planner.
Good morning, commissioners. I have one issue. I need to bring it up prior to get to the merits of this case. So staff was reviewing the staff report package this morning and noticed that technically the applicant did not comply with the public engagement process, even though they did host 2 meetings. So the first meeting they hosted in May, from the time the meeting notice sent out to the meeting was hosted, it was too short. I believe it was only 7 days. And then, so the second meeting they hosted was at the property, which doesn't comply with the code neither. Staff got confused with these 2 meetings and thought the second meeting complied with the code. I apologize for the inconvenience, but they did have 2 meetings, and then I believe they did engage the public largely. So I know the applicant is online, and so do some of the neighbors probably. So staff will make two recommendations and for commissioners to consider. The first one is to continue this case to the next hearing date that would allow the applicant to host another public meeting to comply with the public engagement code requirement. That continuance will be continue this case to September the 15th. Another recommendation would be continue hearing this case today and condition the applicant to comply with the public engagement meeting to confirm a public meeting prior to the hearing of BZA, the Board of Zoning Adjustment, to make final decision. So again, I apologize for the inconvenience, and these are the two options I think I would recommend today before we head to the merits of the case.
Interesting turn of events on this particular docket item. So I'm trying to understand here, there were two public meetings, but they didn't have the proper length of notice. Is that what I understand?
So there were two public meetings and they tried really hard. The first meeting, there was not a proper time from the date the meeting notice sent out to the date that they hosted the meeting. And the first meeting was hosted through Zoom, which is a virtual meeting. And then the second meeting, they did comply with the timeline, but the second meeting was hosted at the subject site, which is not allowed by the code.
The ordinance has a number of rules that outline where the meetings can be held, and at the place in question is not one of them. They're not allowed to hold it there. And they're also required to mail the notice, I believe, at least 10 days prior to when their scheduled meeting is. So part of the reason they had a second one is because staff did catch that the first one didn't comply. And when she was preparing for presentation this morning, she noticed that even though she believed previously that they did comply on the second one, she noticed that it was held at the site, and that's one of the things that doesn't. So I think you have two options. I think you can continue the case. If we had caught this a week or two ago, we would be recommending, we would have continued the case. It wouldn't be on the docket. You can do that. But I do know there's a number of people that are online and maybe out in the audience that are interested in the project and may want to testify. So the other option would be to hear the case and then ask them to satisfy the ordinance by holding another meeting that does fully comply with the ordinance before it goes to BZA, because it still has to go on to BZA for their consideration and final approval.
Yeah, and obviously my sympathy is out to those that are wanting to be here on, as part of the public meeting and public testimony, but at the same time, I don't want to have the public meeting here during our city planning commission. It's already somewhat inefficient just because the way the meetings are, part virtual, part in person, and it just takes a while to get through things. My preference is to have that public meeting prior to. Again, I'm just one opinion. It's really up to the full commission on this, what they prefer to do on this particular case. And so.
Mr. Chair, I would agree. I mean, I would like to have that public meeting before it comes back to the planning commission. So I think we need to be fair. And I appreciate people in the audience, but I think I would be in favor of continuing this till September 3rd.
And it doesn't, I mean, it looks like with the meetings that were held and the documents submitted, there wasn't that many people that attended either one of the meetings. Is kind of what I'm seeing. Is that right, Shu?
We can only rely on the documents submitted by the applicant about how many people attended.
Okay. I mean, move ahead with the case, or?
I'd be in support of continuing it. I think it's a unique special use, and I think it deserves to be comply with the code.
Move to continue docket number item 3 to September 15th.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Ashley, did you have any comments you'd like to make, or Mr. Rojas?
No.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
So got a motion to continue docket item number 3 to allow the applicant time to have their public meetings provided with the public notice. to the September 15th meeting. Lisa, do you mind taking roll call for continuance of docket item number 3?
Commissioner Allender? I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything. Allender? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't hear Commissioner Allender.
Aye.
Okay. Baker?
Aye.
Prowl?
Aye.
Enders? Rojas?
Aye.
And Sadowski?
Aye.
So it looks like the motion approves to continue docket item number 3 to the September 15th meeting. And again, apologies to everybody that's online as well as that may be attended in person to hear this docket. But fortunately, we do need to have the right public meeting done before we come to City Planning Commission. And I'd like to have that done outside of this meeting. Thank you. Next case.
Yeah, docket item 4, case number SUP 2020-00030. I request to approve a special use permit in District R80 on about 33 acres at the southwest corner of Northeast 90th Street, North Flintlock Road, to allow an expansion to the existing Woodneath branch of the Mid-Continent Public Library. This is Zach Nelson's case, but I'm going to be presenting in his absence. Bear with me for a moment. As mentioned, this is a request for a special use permit to expand the existing Woodneath Library branch. It's located in the northeastern portion of the city in the Shoal Creek area off of Flintlock Road. This is a view of the subject property. You can see the existing library in the middle of the property, a stream just to the west, and some vegetation along that stream. The proposed addition, I believe, is on the south side of this building, and it is mainly to serve as additional space for the library. You can also see the parking lot to the north and to the east. Just to the north of the site is Northeast 90th Street, and beyond that is Shoal Creek Elementary, which is part of the Liberty School District. To the west and northwest is the Woodneath subdivision. To the south is an apartment complex. To the east is Flintlock Road, and beyond that is the Copperleaf subdivision. So this is a view of the library from Flintlock Road. So you're looking west towards the library. You can see it's a pretty unique building design that's there. The library is considered a public and civic use in the Zoning and Development Code. And as you, I believe, understand by now or know by now, public and civic uses in most cases require a special use permit. That requirement in the code came into effect in 2011. This was built prior to that time, so it never received a special use permit, but under the transitional provisions in the code, it's considered to have one already. So because they are expanding it and the expansion is greater than a 10% increase, it's what triggers the special use permit coming before you today. What is proposed, as you can see, the proposed building addition is on the south side of the existing library with some additional parking lot expansion just south of that, and also to the northeast on the existing parking lot. These are some elevations of the proposed building expansion. This is consistent with the building materials and design for the northern portion that exists, as you can see here. Sorry, in these elevations. An approval subject to the conditions contained in the staff report. At this point, I have not heard whether the applicant has any concerns with our conditions, but I do believe they're online participating, and I will let them address whether they have any concerns. That concludes my presentation.
Okay. Is there any questions from the commission to city staff? Okay, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant.
We just promoted the applicant, James Stuffelbeam. Should be able to speak momentarily.
Rojas, can you turn your video back on by chance so we know that you're there? Thank you. Looks like you're been promoted and you're off mute. So if you don't mind stating your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, certainly. I'm sorry, it cuts out for a few minutes when we switch over to promoting the applicant. My name is James Stuffelbeam, architect with SAP Design Architects. Our office is at 1828 Walnut, Kansas City, Missouri, and I'm representing Mid-Continent Public Libraries. Again, this should be a fairly straightforward application. From the original intent and construction of the library, it was intended that an auditorium would probably be added at some point. And the new addition is certainly compatible and same materials. It sits behind and to the south of the existing historical house. And the Historic Preservation Commission has already reviewed this and found it to be appropriate addition to the building in terms of its historical precedent and so forth. So fairly straightforward. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the commission may have.
Are you okay with the 13 conditions on this case?
Yes.
Okay.
I had a clarification. So the east elevation, those two automatic sliding doors, is that where most people would enter the auditorium if they aren't coming to the library?
Correct. That would be the main entrance into the library. There is a covered walkway, which is not depicted perhaps very well in those images, but covered walkway in front of the building that connects to the existing building.
I only had one quick question about street trees. Is this similar to what we've done with school additions, to where it's not required for the entire development, but they're going to submit a plan to do a certain portion of it?
What the code requires, and I don't think sorry, I'm trying to see if there's a condition
I
already.
think it's the last one. Submit with Parks and Rec.
Yes. So the Parks Department requires so the code says anytime floor area, you have to have so many trees per building floor area. And the Parks Department requires a street tree planting plan anytime street trees are going to be required. My guess is I believe there's some that are out there already. My guess is perhaps there's a few that are missing, and that's what they have to. But I don't know for certain because I didn't review the project.
Okay, sounds good.
I don't know if the applicant can specify that or clarify that.
Yes, I can respond to that. Originally, there was a variation allowed because of existing trees and because of the nature of the property, historical nature. As I understand it, Zach is still searching for that document originally to confirm that. So of all the conditions, that condition we would at least like to review with staff and perhaps appeal to the zoning board if necessary. But if necessary, and if that's the ruling, then yes, we would comply with that condition and add street trees. But I think the owner's preference and prior precedent on this case was that the full extent of the ordinance was not necessary to comply. But if we need to, we will.
Here, thank you, James. What I'm looking at here on Street View is there are some trees near the street. Whether they qualify for street trees, I'm not totally certain, and that's probably what Parks condition is based off of, is they observe that themselves. And it sounds like what James might be referencing is that due to the historic nature of the property, it could be that in the past that requirement was waived. So we'd have
Yes.
to verify that or modify it. That requirement was waived or modified in some way. We can verify that before this goes on to BZA if that's the case, and let the BZA know. Otherwise, the ordinance would be triggered and they'd have to do the street trees.
Sounds good.
From the commission to the applicant. Go ahead and open it up for public testimony. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to talk about docket item number 4? Seeing none, do we have anybody that's raised their hand?
No one has raised their hand. on
Okay.
Zoom.
So we'll go ahead and close public testimony, and if there's not any further discussion from any of the commission, I'll entertain a motion.
A motion to approve case number 4 with conditions.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. Lisa, do you mind taking roll call, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Crow, Kinder,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the case has been approved unanimously, and good luck with the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So this next docket item is docket item number 5. I believe we got a couple of recusals on this, including myself and Commissioner Allender. So Mr. Baker has agreed to run this particular case, and we still should have, we have a quorum on this of 4.
Okay. All right. So let's try this.
I'll go ahead and read the case real quick for
Yeah.
you. Docket item number 5, case number CPC 2020-00098. The request to approve a rezoning for the Evergy Power Substation property from R7.5, R2.5, and B2-2 to R80 on about 12 acres located at 10402 Northeast Cookingham Drive. And Chris Huey is the staff planner.
This is, as Joe stated, a rezoning application for 10402 Northeast Cookingham Drive. The proposed request is rezoning existing 2 parcels from R7.5, R2.5, and B2-2 to R80. It's located in kind of the northeast quadrant of the city along Cookingham. And this is a little fainter to read than anticipated, but it's essentially these two. One has kind of a linear portion that touches onto Northeast Cookingham as an access point. So it's these 2 parcels kind of highlighted in the light yellow boundary. As stated in the staff report, this to rezone approximately 2 parcels of land ranging about a combined 12 acres in property. The proposed rezoning does comply with the R80 zoning district regulations. Further, the Shoal Creek area plan does recommend residential low density, even though this is an Evergy substation on these 2 parcels, which is cited in the case history. The R80 is still compliant with the residential low density land use recommendation. So therefore, technically the rezoning is compliant with the area plan recommendation. The purpose of the rezoning, as you see in the staff letter, is for the allowance to install a telecommunication tower on this particular Evergy substation. This tower in of itself is not being evaluated a part of this application, as that is a separate process to the city. The rezoning aspects are the only portion that are technically under review today. For some context, for reference purposes, here's the proposed site plan. This, as you can see, is the tower location, kind of the eastern portion of the site. On the aerial, it's kind of roughly denoted by this arrow here. And for reference purposes, this is the conceptual tower being proposed. The rezoning is being requested is in our zoning and development code for the city as a whole. Freestanding telecommunication towers are only permissible in the R80 residential district. It is not permitted in any other residential district in the city. Therefore, those elements are what require why the applicant's seeking a rezoning of this particular two properties. For clarification, the utility services, the Evergy Electrical Substation is allowed in the RA zoning district and in any residential district in the city, provided they obtain a special use permit, which they did obtain back in 1998, I believe. Unique aspect, I'm not sure that's been before this particular commission just yet, that we have received letters of protest petitions objecting to the rezoning application. To date, we have received 11 protest petitions and 1 letter of opposition. The difference there being is we do not have a certified, or excuse me, notarized letter from that particular individual outlining that they can certify who they are. All of those letters have been included in the staff report. Since that publishing of the staff report, we have received 5 additional protest petitions. Those are included as slides in this presentation to submit them for the record. One very key aspect I do want to point out here that even though we're bringing up the protest petitions to make you aware of them, it does not affect today's vote. That is only affects the city council vote on the rezoning. It would only, if a proper protest petition is validated, then that would trigger a supermajority vote by the city council in order to approve the application. So I'll just kind of pause briefly on each of these slides to kind of let everyone to be able to see them on the screen. Include my particular presentation and stating that staff does support the rezoning without conditions. Being that said, I think it's give you some context that it does comply with the zoning regulations of the RA district. Additionally, staff saw that this was an existing substation, so kind of combining heavier utility uses onto one site seemed a logical step. But with that, I'll conclude my presentation. Stand for any questions and turn it over to the applicant, who I believe is online.
Does anyone on the commission have any questions for staff?
If we're just assessing the rezoning, and I fully understand the idea of, petitioning and protesting something at every point along the way possible, would you deem the quote appropriate time for concerned neighbors to petition, and like which body would be the one to really hear those if we're not that body?
That would be the city council, since it would affect their vote. This has not been slated for a city council hearing date yet because we need a determination from this body before we can schedule that. Ideally speaking, we would need those petitions submitted to the city staff no later than, I would say, a week before, so we can run the geographic analysis. It is a fairly time-consuming process for us to run that.
Thank you.
So just to be clear, we're evaluating the rezoning, which is in your evaluation, actually a better fit for the current use of the substation. And if future uses came about, we would evaluate those development plans, correct?
I'm not sure. We didn't really take into account the evaluation of the substation itself, since it's existing condition and was previously approved. We did evaluate it as far as that having another essentially utility type user on the same site kind of consolidates those uses. As far as any future applications, it would be dependent what would be proposed. So hypothetically, if the substation came in to expand, it depends on the level of expansion would that trigger a new special use permit, or would that just be permissible under a simple building permit? So it kind of depends on the scale.
Okay, and so if they come back, they have to come back to get the tower approved if it's going to move forward, correct?
So that's a good question. The telecommunication towers is a permitted by right use in the R80 district, so it does not require any future entitlement processes. It does require obviously building permits and subject to the freestanding telecommunication tower regulations in the zoning development code.
So back after we hear testimony and just dig into it a little deeper. So I guess the applicant has a presentation.
Is this one among the people listed? The applicant, raise your hand. Oh, okay, he's here. Oh, great. No, you don't need to raise your, I was talking about virtually.
I thought you were going to swear me in.
No.
Good morning. My name's Steve Ward with Ward Development, 15 Park Place, Swansea, Illinois, representing New Singular Wireless, or AT&T, and Evergy for this petition to rezone the property to R80. In general, we feel that the use and the zoning would be appropriate for the R80 for the substation and the additional utility uses as far as trying to consolidate those utility uses. The reason that we're here is AT&T has a hole in their network. We experience dropped calls, a lack of coverage and capacity in this area. In locating our sites, we always try and look for existing sites, existing buildings, existing structures. In this area, there are none. I'll go through that in just a moment with some of the comments we had from the neighbors. There are 2 towers in the area, but they're just really kind of too far out. There's a existing American Tower 2.25 miles to the west, which AT&T is already located upon. There's a Crown Castle Tower just at 2 miles to the east, which is very proximate to the Liberty West Hospital, where AT&T has an installation, so it can't be used. There's an existing SBA tower about 1.25 miles to the northeast, which already has 3 carriers on it. The elevation and the structural capacity is questionable. It just wouldn't work for our network. So then in looking for locations, we then look for sites that are zoned for communication towers, business, or higher zone properties. In this area, there's really only 3 locations. We did examine those. One, the landowner, this is at 108th Street, he just was not, or sorry, 104th Street, just was not interested in leasing the property. He's got it sold, up for sale for business purposes. There's some additional property that's zoned, I believe it's industrial and business to the north. It's being redeveloped currently. That's north of 108th Street along Cookingham. The property owner had some interest, but the only location that he would be able to offer was immediately adjacent to residential. We'd only be about 50 feet from the houses in that subdivision. This was actually a targeted site. This is a 12-acre property with a 3-acre substation. It's got limited expansion capabilities just because of the terrain and the way that the substation is set up. We felt this was a very good location with the buffers around the property and with that being a very large substation. I'm really here to answer any questions. I know there's probably a lot of public comment, and I'll be happy to address any of those at the end.
Questions for the applicant?
Rojas, can you please share your video?
Say that again.
Okay, I just want to make sure you're listening. If you could turn on the video so we can see you, that would be helpful.
Yes, I'm listening.
To move to public testimony. Is there anyone in the audience here at City Hall?
Thank you.
My name is Michael Chambers. I'm the Regional Director of External Affairs for AT&T, but I am also a resident in this area. My address is 9844 North Hawthorne Avenue. It's just off of Cookingham. I am to the east and slightly north of this location. As far as appropriate sites for a tower in this location, this particular location is ideal. Since mid-March, I have been required to work from my home. I have several towers that serve my area that are along I-35. There are some, and Mr. Ward referenced them, that are to the west. But those towers are stressed because of the residential development that is happening in between I-35 and 435. It will always be a challenge to serve these residential areas. This, like I said, is an ideal location. I have looked at the letters. I think the health issues will always be controversial. I can just say that our government and our regulators deem the towers safe. I would point out that many of the hospitals in our metropolitan area have these towers on their roofs. I think if they were major health concerns, they wouldn't be there. But I understand the concerns of folks and the things they can pull up from the internet that can make this rather confusing. But I would ask this commission to think just in terms of service. So you're having, and all the carriers will experience this, some degraded service because our traffic has changed. We have many customers now working from home, utilizing their cell phone in a way they haven't in years. Just traditionally, we had expected our data service to increase 5 times by the end of this year. That is being accelerated heavily by the COVID issue. You have many school districts now offering hotspots as a way for students, low-income students, to operate and school from home. So addressing this service issue that we have is extremely important to us as we move forward, and it will always be. I think the COVID issue has simply accelerated the need and use of the wireless service from home. I'm the father of 5, proud father of 5. Ages go from 20 to 31, all out of the house, all independent. 3 live in Kansas City, Missouri. I can guarantee you that all of my children, when they walk into a house that they're looking at for purchase, the first thing they do is take out their smartphone and walk through the house. Issues affecting property value, in my opinion, and I think in the opinion of my children, the signal that they receive at that house is far more important than a horizon that they are quickly getting used to that has a number of cell towers in the area. I can see several from my house. I don't notice them, quite honestly. So I understand the concerns of the residents, but I think there's a larger issue here that brings a lot of property value to the area and a great service to the residents. It can be everything from emergency response. I have a mother that also lives in the Northland off of Ambassador. She's 80 years old, lives in a house. She's a wireless customer only. Her service is with AT&T, and it's not exceptional. And I understand that's going to be the challenge we have. So I would urge the commission to kind of think of that bigger picture and look at this location as being ideal. When you study it, there really aren't any better locations in the area to serve the residents.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do we have any public testimony online?
Yes, we do have 2 people who've raised their hand, starting with Becky Steiner, who I'm promoting right now, and then Austin Schlager.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you state your name and your address?
Yes, my name's Becky Rebecca Steiner, 10308 North Lane Drive, Kansas City, 64157.
Can you try and speak up a little bit? It's a little faint.
Yes, is that any better?
A little bit.
Okay, I'll try to talk really loud. So I've lived in this subdivision here in Brentwood for 7 years. And this is actually my second home here in the neighborhood. Our first home, we lived in a 2-story in Brentwood. And we relocated and we chose to stay within the same subdivision because we love it so much. And our kids go to Liberty North High School. And when we relocated because I had surgery for a brain tumor and it left it difficult for me to maneuver the stairs, particularly at night. So I'm sharing all this to share why I care about this issue, why it matters to me, because both of our homes in Brentwood, the lots that we selected backed up to green space, the first home, and then now this home that we're in now. Our home right now will be 600 feet from this proposed tower. And we have green space behind our house. However, the height of this tower, 155 feet tall with a 10-foot lightning rod, would be the view from our back deck, my whole back of my house, my master bedroom, our yard, our kitchen, and you know, it's something that is concerning to me for a number of reasons, which I'll go through here, and I'll try to be as quick as I can and respect everyone's time. But we just closed on a refinance on our home just a month ago, back on June 22nd, and did a short-term loan because we're wanting to pay our home off quick. We have plans to stay here. We have no plans to go anywhere. And to be honest, I was really heartbroken when I got this meeting notice about a cell tower going up behind our house, literally 2 weeks after we closed on our refinance. My stomach just sank. It's something that as a cancer survivor and having gone through a brain tumor, and you know, I think justifiably concerned about the health effects. And I know that that can't be discussed here in this meeting by the commission, but me personally, that is a concern of mine. And there's a lot of epidemiological data out there. And it's not just looking on the internet. I work in public health. I worked for the Kansas City, Missouri Health Department. And now I work at for the federal government in public health for the last 13 years. And I've done quite a bit of research the last several weeks on this. And I'm very concerned about the health effects of this. The concerns I have about the actual application process and this rezoning request is that the applicant scheduled this public meeting somewhat late, in my opinion, which delayed the first commission hearing. So the public meeting, the first commission hearing for this case was set to be July 21st. The first public hearing for public engagement was July 22nd. So that's why we're meeting today to discuss this. As far as the public engagement process, I'm not sure that it's fully met according to the ordinance requirement. The meeting summary is missing the date and the time of the meeting that we had. I think it's important to highlight that because number one, it highlights it because it shows that it occurred after the first commission hearing. I think it's also important because it establishes a timeline. During our meeting with the applicant, those few names that were on the call, we had several questions that the applicant was unable to answer for us. And he was supposed to follow up with us via email. And to date, still has not done that. I do have questions about why parcels are being combined into one. During that public meeting, the applicant stated that they initially had requested to rezone one parcel, and they were advised by city planning to combine them into the request into 2 parcels. So that leads me to question some things about Encompass KC. It's showing duplicate cases. And so if the applicant did in fact submit 2 separate applications for this request, you know, why was there only 1 fee charged? Or was reviews done on the first application, which is case 00052? Because it shows that there was some work done on that. The city incurred, you know, work to review that. There was a denial on March 24th and then another one on May 18th on that particular case. but then somehow it all kind of got lumped over to this new case. And the fee somehow transferred over to it as well. But according to the ordinance in 88-620, fees are established for the filing of applications to the Board of Zoning and Adjustment. And so if the applicant actually submitted 2 applications, and this was a question that I have submitted to the lead planner on this case, was did the applicant submit 2 separate applications for this parcel or project? I actually submitted it as a formal sunshine request because I wanted to see specifically what was submitted on the applications.
Ms. Steiner, I believe we can have our staff planner answer those questions if you want to continue. I think we got the idea of the different parcels and fees as well.
Yep. Okay. Anyway, I'm just sharing all that because as I was preparing, as I'm looking over this case and preparing to talk about it today and trying to figure out what's going on with it, the reason I share that is it's really difficult to track and Compass KC what's going on with this, to be honest. And so, and then when I was trying to follow up, I still didn't get the information I had specifically requested. I do want to state that I disagree with the staff report where it talks about 88-515-08G, where the staff report says the rezoning in and of itself will not have any effect on the adjacent properties. And then the purpose of the rezoning is to install a telecommunication tower, which is not evaluated with this rezoning application. Quite frankly, I think that's disingenuous. Why wouldn't the purpose or use not be considered for a rezoning request? And the applicant even was up here testifying for what their intended use is for. It seems fundamental to the review and the consideration. This parcel wouldn't be rezoned to be commercial or ag in the middle of residential properties and so densely populated. There's over 400 residences within a half-mile radius of this proposed tower site. So I think it's important to consider if it's rezoned to R80 that a cell tower allows for, that R80 allows for cell towers. And also, as Chris pointed out, that there's no further zoning approval needed for the installation of a telecommunication tower if it gets approved for R80. And I do also have concern about the valuation of properties, and I won't bore you with the statistics. They are in my petition protest that's included in the staff report. But for us personally, it would equate to a significant amount. And, you know, our home is our greatest asset. And, you know, I know for the applicant, you know, justifiably, he's trying to find the right location for that best suits his client. And I can't fault that. You know, this parcel, what it boils down to, it coexists with an existing utility. It has an access road that's already there. But when you weigh the scales, the people who live here now currently, I think, have far more to lose in the long run. So my recommendation would be to deny this application and require the applicant to utilize existing R80, of which there's plenty in this area. During our public meeting, we were informed by the applicant that his search area was limited to a 1/3 mile radius. So I would suggest that they expand their search area to something a little bit larger, or co-locate to existing cellular antenna per the Kansas City Ordinance 88-385-05 A2. There's a monopole tower 1.14 miles away. And Kansas City Ordinance requires a 1 mile separation. And then there's towers less than 2 miles. That's all I have.
Thank you for your testimony. Now,
I did have one question. How many of the commission members had to recuse themselves?
we had 2 commissioners and recuse themselves, and we have 2 absent.
Okay, thank you.
Austin Schlager.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, my name's Austin Schleger. My address is 10307 North Lewis Avenue. I just moved into the neighborhood on June 23rd. I actually reached out to the city planner myself because I hadn't received a letter of notice. I imagine this was because the previous owner, Hearthside Homes, most likely got the letter. But yeah, I reached out, I got into the details, attended the applicant's required meeting, similar to Becky, and am also stating a little bit of concern about not hearing back with any answers regarding the coverage area propagation maps, the other sites that were assessed by the applicant. And it's been 2 weeks and haven't heard anything. And you know, this is a rezoning request. My property is already zoned. I'm not asking for it to be changed. So I feel like I'm owed a little bit more detail, but that's not as important. I'll go ahead and move on here. So the City Plan Commission noted controlling case number 12136-P. I'm not certain if this is like a precedent, but I just want to make it clear that this rezoning was from R3 to R1A, which would be now R2.5 to R7.5. So the current case for rezoning is to R80. So this isn't technically the same like zoning change. So I just think that's a little hard to say it's like a controlling case, considering the fact that this property has not been rezoned to R80 before. And then I was looking at the rezoning analysis similar to Becky Faith, and on 88-515-08-G, I just wanted to make it clear that this is mostly residential around here. There are platted neighborhoods already developing to the east or to the west, and then Hearthside Homes and Robertson Properties are two large single-family home developers with plans to build homes here. And this will negatively affect, you know, property values or the ability to sell homes if this tower goes up. This rezoning does detrimentally affect all of us. So I oppose this, and so do many homeowners in the impacted area, as stated with the notarized petition letters. In addition, we've created a change.org petition, and we've already got 171 supporters against this monopole. So I just want to make it clear that the only person that benefits from this is AT&T and Evergy. And then as far as the rezoning analysis the city's required to do, there's also 88-515-08-H, which says the gain, if any, to the public health, safety, and welfare due to the denial of the application as compared to the hardship imposed upon the landowner, if any, as a result of the denial of the application. I just want to say that really there is no hardship to the owner. The current use of the property is legal, but this cell tower is illegal. So really the hardship is on all of the adjacent property owners. My property could go down in value by 5 to 10%. The current owner hasn't lost anything. It's illegal for him to have the cell tower. So he would be gaining at the hardship of everyone around the current property. And then I think that's about all I have.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any more people?
Someone named Madison has raised their hand. Promoting you, you should be able to speak momentarily.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes. Madison, can you go ahead and start your testimony? Oh,
Hello, sorry, I'm having some technical issues.
go ahead.
Okay, I can't hear you, but I think you can hear me, so I'll just go ahead and talk. My name is Madison Schlager, 10307 North Lewis Avenue. Austin Schlager is my husband. And yeah, I would just like to reiterate that we do have 171 supporters on an online petition in opposition to the monopole. And I'm happy to pass through those names to whoever it concerns. We moved in June, and we know along our street there are several people who will be moving in the next few months. And also it is half empty with a lot of lots that are still to be purchased. And kind of knowing that our property values will decline, we've looked at a lot of research. I would not have purchased my home had I known about this. And I think that it is incredibly unfair that they're sticking this monopole in the middle of just not our street, but a very a residential area with a ton of homes. And I, again, can't hear you, so I won't be able to hear the answer to this question, but I was curious if an NEPA evaluation has been completed for this application. In our research, we saw this August 2019 federal court case where a city can request an NEPA evaluation for a proposed cell tower. So I was curious if that could be requested or if it's been completed.
Thank you. I've written down some of these questions so we can answer them. Do we have any more public testimony?
No one else has raised their hand.
Okay, we'll close public testimony, and I think first I'd like to get staff's kind of responses to some of these, and then we can have the applicant respond if they would like to a few of them. So I had down essentially, I was wondering if you clarified the public engagement process as known by you guys in terms of the timeline of the case, and also discuss about the parcel rezoning and the fee questions, and then maybe an evaluation of the G evaluation when it comes to detrimentally affecting nearby properties.
So I'll try to touch on those. If I miss anything, please do correct me. So as far as the duplicate applications, that's unfortunately kind of common. For instance, this last deadline cycle, we had one applicant apply 4 times for the same variance. So in our estimation, we consolidate, or not really consolidate because it's the same thing. It's a duplicate, it's redundant. So we void out the excess applications. In this particular case, the applicant applied for an application. We denied their quality control review because we didn't have enough information to commence the application to start. And we don't invoice those applications that don't pass that review. A lot of times we'll get requests for building permits. Well, that's not our division. They've applied for the wrong thing by mistake. So it's inappropriate for us to invoice them. So we, in that case, deny their quality control review. Rather than re-upload to that same application, the applicant inadvertently applied for a second application. With that being said, we went back to the first, voided it out. It's inactive. It is not not able to move forward for any reason whatsoever. Further, that there is a prohibition in the city code assuming if the council were to deny this application, no future rezones could occur on this particular parcel for 1 year, or no attempts without showing some sort of notable change in circumstances or intent or design or anything of that nature. So the application is just simply null and void. So we would not double fee someone for the same thing. I believe that would technically be illegal actually for us to do so. As far as
I just want to know if they complied with, there was questions about the timeline of public engagement. So if they complied with the ordinance
So they did comply with the ordinance. So Ms. Steiner was correct that the initial hearing date was set, and we set those on the time of a complete application. So we can meet our side of due diligence of sending out public hearing notifications, not the public engagement aspects. That's the applicant's responsibility. Since they didn't meet that requirement, the application was automatically continued until today's date. Similar to the situation that you kind of elaborated on today, we fortunately just caught that one sooner, so we automatically wrote a continuance letter to today's date. From my understanding on my initial review, it did meet the necessary public engagement steps. It was time of day, location. In this case, there's a city council ordinance currently in effect during the mayor's duration of the emergency order to allow these meetings to be held virtually. So they did meet the public engagement requirements as stated in the code. So they did follow the rules. So they are determined to be compliant.
And I guess the last thing that I had, and anyone else can jump in, is there were questions about the evaluation for G, the extent to which improving the rezoning will detrimentally affect nearby properties. I was wondering if you could just kind of explain kind of your thoughts in evaluating that, or how it's evaluated.
That's fair. So this case is a bit of a hard thing to kind of formally analyze, since it's a rezoning request that's before us. So we have to kind of look at it as that face value. And I'm not, advocating one way or the other. That's just the way the code is kind of stipulated. So a R80 district, which is a residential larger lot district, is permissible in this area and complies with the area plan. So in and of itself, the rezoning wouldn't have a net detrimental impact on the adjacent properties. That said, we do know that rezoning is for a telecommunication tower. So I don't really
it's
of a way of tying that all together, since it's not part of another entitlement process. So I don't want to sound dismissive of anyone's opinions on that, but that's just kind of the way the code of the city is situated.
Does anyone else have any questions on the commission for staff following that testimony? Respond to anything briefly?
I have some comments.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I think I understand, I believe I understand, based on what we're evaluating the zoning, but I really did feel like I wanted to clear up some concerns the neighbors had, particularly as they advance to council and how they present those concerns. So I'm very concerned about the idea of health risks associated with the cell phone towers. So I noticed that on a number of letters, there was the same word for word responses about what those health risks are. So I did a little research. I actually was able to find word for word a paragraph that spoke specifically to what they listed. It came from, and I can be corrected if there's other comments, but what I've found is that it came from a letter to an editor in a California paper, and I didn't see any credentials associated with it. I'm very interested in understanding what the research is around it. I tried to do my own research to try to see if there was more information out there, but what I found through the World Health Organization and through the American Cancer Society was that there was no substantial evidence that cell phone towers do cause health effects. So I'm not necessarily going to say one way or another. I just would say if this moves forward, that there needs to be more substantial evidence presented to the council about those issues. So I would ask that the neighborhood really look into what they can provide in terms of research around it. And I'll provide the articles that I looked at, just so everybody is kind of on the same page as to where, one, I found the information that they provided, and two, the information that I reviewed as well. I'll put that in the chat.
Thanks. Would the applicant like to respond to any comments?
Sure. A lot of the comments have had to do with health and effects to the neighborhood. First of all, the tower will be operated in full compliance with all the FCC requirements of our FCC license. And during the neighborhood meeting, I did direct everyone to the fcc.gov website so they could review the regulations that we have to comply with. Also, the cell tower is needed for the area to provide communications for 911, for FirstNet. If we have customers that have an incident, health, emergency, we've got to be able to provide service to those customers. So we think there's definitely an added benefit to the neighborhood.
All right, with that, we'll close all public testimony and talk amongst us as a commission.
I don't have any additional comments. I'm ready to make a motion as long as the other commissioners are as well.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Steiner has raised her hand again. I know you've closed public hearing. I just want to point that out in case you wanted to allow it.
I think we've heard all the concerns and we have significant documentation of those concerns as well. So if anyone wants to make a motion.
Sure. I'll move to approve docket number 5 with conditions, or well, without conditions.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Lisa, please.
Okay, Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
And the case passes 4-0.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
It's Chris Hugh again. Since we have a determination from the City Planning Commission and we have a lot of applicant or attendees on this one, I just wanted to state with a decision today, we will be submitting this to council for their review and their hearing. That scheduled hearing would fall under, at this time, a tentative schedule of Wednesday, August 19th at 1:30 p.m.
And this is, and for clarification, this is a recommendation by City Planning Commission. It is not final approval. City Council's final approval.
Correct. That's correct.
All right, do we need to go get our?
I move for a brief recess.
Yeah, let's do 10 minutes. Sounds good.
Nice to see you in person finally.
Easier with 2 people online.
That was good.
There's actually one straight through that door and then you'll see a door right in front of you.
Hi, guys. I can't hear you. I think the council chamber is on mute.
Question.
Just making sure, can you hear us now, Ashley and Paul?
Yep. Okay.
So we introduced, just so you, in case you didn't hear, we introduced docket item number 9. In this particular case is a text amendment, and it's been recommended by staff that we continue it to the August 18th meeting. So I just want to make sure that you guys are okay with that. Okay, so go ahead, Bruce, if you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I move that docket number 9 continue to August 18th.
Got a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so we got a motion and a second to continue docket item number 9 to the August 8th meeting. Lisa, if you don't mind taking roll call, that'd be great.
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Crow,
Aye.
Enders, Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, looks like it passes unanimously to continue docket item number 9 to the August 18th case. Let's go ahead and move on to docket item number 10.
Next one, docket item 10 is case number CPC 2020-00114. Amending Chapter 88, the Zoning and Development Code, specifically Section 88-445-06, to provide an option for residential entrance signs which exceed the height and area allowed by the current ordinance, and allowing them to be approved by the CPC with a project plan. Shu Wood is the staff planner.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to share my screen here in a second. One moment. Bear with me. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So this text amendment is proposed by the City Planning and Development Department. It is particularly to address the residential entrance signs. It is a citywide code. It is Chapter 88-445. The purpose of it is, first, it's to clarify the measurement of the sign area. Like, how do staff really calculate the signage area? There is ambiguity in the code, and we've encountered argument before. And the second purpose for this code amendment is to allow the residential entrance signs that exceeds the height and area to be approved by the City Planning Commission through a project plan. So quite often we saw these signs, they usually come as part of the landscape walls or tournament towers. So they are, the sign itself is now gigantic, but they did encounter the neighborhood characteristic and a unique design in a lot of ways. So here's before and after the codes. It is again 88-445, which is the sign. And then more specifically, it is 88-445-06-A for residential signs. So the red, the text in red is what you see that's being changed from the original code. The first one, as I mentioned, the area of the sign face, that's when we clarify what is being calculated as the sign area, that the sign face only. And the maximum is still 32 square feet. It's really not changing anything. It's just clarify how we calculate it. And then the sign face shall not exceed 6 foot in height. And then the second part that we add is, however, the monument structure on which the sign is located may be approved through the project plan process in a manner which exceeds these dimensions so long as it complies with a lot of building standards of the district in which it is located, except that the setback from the right-of-way line shall not be, which may be as little as 10 feet as it is for the other monument signs. So what it says here basically is we treat the residential entrance signs as more of a monument sign how we treated it for all the monument signs in the commercial district. We do allow the exceeding of the height and accessory area due to the unique design of the signs, but only through a project plan that's being approved by the City Planning Commission. So this way we are not really changing the procedure of the sign. We're just adding an option to allow these residential neighborhoods, especially for new residential subdivisions, to have their unique signs. So there are a few analyses why we need this code amendment and how it can benefit the city or the newer residential subdivisions. The first is that the residential entrance signs can be rather elaborately designed, often with the intent of conveying the neighborhood's character or design philosophy to readers. In many cases, the materials and architectural detail added to the sign help convey this message. They also result in the sign structure exceeding the dimension allowed by code. We've encountered several of these, so that's when we see a need to amend this code. And then the second is that the city as a whole, it is not expect too much of a change because these are only applied for new residential subdivisions. The ones happened in the past, they've already had their residential signs. So this pertaining only to the residential subdivision entrances, it's not going to impact commercial corridors or other concerns that we have. And staff recommend approval of this code amendment without conditions. And that concludes my presentation. Open to questions.
Okay, any commissioners have any questions?
My only question is, so if there was if there was a sign that fell under this, would it be called out within the project plan or be a separate project plan?
It will be called out within the project plan because we're trying to expedite the process. Typically, we do see residential subdivisions come up with project plans for their trails or amenity center, and we often see the residential monument sign come as part of the amenity center, or usually that's where they're located at the entrance for suburban area. So we do not require a separate project plan. We will just require it as part of the project plan process.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? Open it up for public testimony.
Anyone raising their hand online?
Okay. Well, if there's no more discussion, I'll take a motion on this case.
Motion to approve docket item number 10 without conditions.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second. Lisa, do you mind taking roll call, please?
And who was that gave the second?
Commissioner Enders.
Okay, I couldn't see. All right. Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Rao, Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like motion passes 7-0 or 6-0. Sorry.
Thank you.
We're ready for the next case.
Next case is docket 12, case number SUP 2020-00026. A request to amend an existing special use permit for Harris Park Golf Course on about 3 acres located at the northeast corner of East 41st Street and Wayne Avenue. Zach is the planner on this one. However, I believe Olafu is going to be presenting on his behalf.
Thank you, Joe. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Olafu Agbaje, City Planning and Development staff. Let me just bring up my PowerPoint. Can you guys see that?
Unfortunately, no.
Uh-oh. Am I promoted, Joe?
Yeah, you're a co-host. You should be able to share your screen.
Okay, give me 1 minute.
You can email it to me and I can share it for you, and we can go ahead and, while you're doing that, move on to the next case and just come right back to this one. The next case should be very brief.
Okay.
Oh, I think I have it. It's just, let me, all right, share that screen, share. Can you see me? Am I good?
See your email.
Yes.
All right, I'll try one more time. Last time. All right, sorry about that. Okay, share screen. Number 2. Is that working? Can you see it now?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that. This next case is a request for special use permit, and this is located in the Midtown area where the arrow is pointing to. Again, it's actually located on Wayne Street on the east and west side of Wayne Street, between East 40th Street on the north and East 41st Street on the south. Back in 2018, the Board of Zoning Adjustment approved a special use permit for public and civic use at this location. And what that approved was a golf training facility. So, and the applicant is before you today to request an amendment to that special use permit to expand that facilities. Again, as you know, special use permits are required for public and civic uses within a residential district. So the area in red is the area that's going to be added to the existing SUP. Area in yellow shows the existing boundary, and then this will be expanded to bring this into the special use permit. The next picture shows a view of the area to be added. This is looking north from the intersection of 41st Street and Wayne. And this is what the proposed facility will look. So the area that's going to be added into the SUP will then be used to expand the golf-in facility with a new building, more of a accessory building to the site to then use as a golf course. Again, this is the location of the proposed building that will be put on 41st and Wayne. And this is what the building will look like. Staff recommendation is for approval, subject to, I think, the 10 conditions. And I'll take any questions.
Okay. Any questions from the commissioners to city staff? Let's go ahead and welcome the applicant. Thank you for being patient today. You've sat through a very long meeting so far.
No problem.
Yeah, if you don't mind stating your name and address for the record. And
Chris Harris, and I stay at 933 McGee, and I'm executive director of Harris Park.
okay, anything you'd like to add about the project? And
Actually, this will be 27 years, and if I get this completed with the restrooms in this little small building, I would be finally completed with this project.
yeah, you mind telling us a little bit about your golf course, just for the new commission?
Well, I used to live on this block, just recently moved 3 years ago. I tore down those houses to expand the golf course. And when I found out by tearing down the houses, storage and water usage, electricity usage would be an obstacle now. So as of right now, we run on a hose from, we got a meter on Highland, and we have to run a 300-yard hose from Highland back through the thing to the weed. So we're just trying to get water and for the facility. Things has been going great. The community is loving what we're doing. We get bring people in and outside of the community. And what I have noticed, which I don't have the studies to prove, but the mindset of the people coming into the neighborhood by they seeing this beautiful green space is changing the mindset of the people coming into the neighborhood. Let's just constantly continue to grow and constantly use sports to clean up our community and clean up the mindset of our community.
Fantastic. Thank you. Any questions from the commission to the applicant?
I would have never thought of golf in the city in this sense. And so I think it's pretty cool. So thank you.
Okay. I guess we'll open it up for public testimony.
There's no one in the audience, and I don't see anyone having raised their hand on Zoom.
Okay. We'll go ahead and close the public testimony. Is there any other questions we had? If not, then I'll take a motion.
Move to approve docket number 12 with conditions.
Okay, got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. If no further discussion, then I'll take roll call, please. Lisa?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Looks like the project has approved 6-0. So thank you and good luck with your project.
Thank you all a lot.
Thanks again for your patience today. Okay.
Next case is docket 13, case number CPC 2020-00096. Request approve an extension to a previously approved development plan for 47 Madison Avenue project pursuant to section 88-516-07-A of the Zoning and Development Code. The project's on 1.5 acres located at the northwest corner of the intersection of Roanoke Parkway and Madison Avenue. And Chris Huey is the staff planner.
Good afternoon, Commission. Chris Freary, staff planner, City Planning and Development again. As Joe stated, this is a pretty simple application for you. It's for extension of a previously approved plan. This is for the 47 Madison Development Plan. You'll see the reapproval and quotations underneath it. That's just to kind of signify it's under the reapproval section. So just to not confuse anyone. So the site is located in the heart of the city. It is just off the plaza in the northwest corner of Madison and 47th Street in the highlighted parcels here. This particular project was approved in 2017, originally by ordinance 170023. And then they proposed a major amendment a little bit later, and that was for ordinance number 170405. That is the controlling ordinance in this particular application. Based on the date of approval, all development plans expire within 4 years if they're not acted upon, unless otherwise extended or have some sort of other action taken upon them. This particular application would have expired in June 8th, 2021. With the commission's review today, if you so deem it reasonable, that will extend the approval through June 8th, 2022. Just to give you some concept of what the application was, again, you're not reviewing the plan in and of itself, just the extension request, but it is for 288 residential units on that corner property cited. There's kind of a section of the code that kind of hits on this area very specifically, in that the City Planning Commission is authorized to extend expiration dates as applicable for development plans and project plans, and I've cited that section below just for ease of reference. So with that, staff does recommend approval of this particular extension, signing the 1-year extension as requested by the applicant and stating that the controlling ordinance 170405 shall remain full in effect, with the only exception being this extension. With that, I would stand for any questions of the commission. And I believe Joe Oakes, the applicant, is available if there's anything.
I just said, can you just, so we all understand, so the date is, that's when they need to start actual construction of the project? What does the date really mean?
Typically, they, based on the code citation, let me pull this slide back up here. They must have issued building permits, certificates of occupancy, have an established use. So this is a little bit more specifically towards special use permits, and that whether it's maybe necessarily a permit that's required, but that they've at least started the operation of said use. The City Plan Commission grants the extension, which is what's here before us today, or there's a phasing plan that's originally cited in the particular development set that says, you know, we will commence construction within, hypothetically, say 8 years from approval for phase 2 or 3 or whatever. That would still technically be okay because they've cited that in the original application, which this one did not at that time.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Let's go ahead and introduce the applicant, please.
Yeah, I have promoted Joe Oakes over to a panelist, so he should be able to speak already.
As you come off of being mute, if you don't mind stating your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Joe Oakes, 323 West 8th Street, Kansas City, Missouri. Just representing the client here. We don't have anything to add other than just thanking the commissioners, Chris, and the city for their time and attention on this, and we can certainly answer any questions the commissioners have.
Yeah. Any questions from the commission to the applicant?
Do you guys know a timeline of when you guys are going to get started on the project?
Not entirely at this time. We're just asking for this request in light of the June 8th, 2021 expiration. Just to give a little bit more insight, this is just to provide some greater flexibility in light of COVID and current market conditions. We think that it might be a little bit difficult and take more than a year to get into a position to move forward in light of COVID and current market conditions related to private financing.
No other questions. Let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. Is there nobody in the audience, I'm afraid to say, but if there's anybody raise their hand?
I don't see anyone who's raised their hand, no.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony. So if there's no more discussion, then I'll take a motion.
Motion to approve docket item number 13 with conditions.
I've got a motion and a second. I got a motion and a second. Lisa, if you don't mind taking roll call, please.
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Corral,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, looks like motion has been approved, 6-0. Appreciate you coming in and good luck with your project.
Thank you. Thanks for your time and help on this.
Yep, thank you. Oh, we're moving through things, man.
And we are.
Let's keep going.
Docket 15, case number CPC 2020-00086. A request to approve the East 29th Street and Benton Boulevard PIEA General Development Plan and declare the area blighted and unsanitary and in need of redevelopment and rehabilitation pursuant to the Missouri PIEA law on about 2 acres located at the northwest corner of East 29th and Benton Boulevard. Chris Huey is the staff planner.
Afternoon again, Christopher Huey, staff planner, as Joe stated. I just have a brief presentation. I'll be turning over to the applicant for a majority of the presentation. This is for a EA plan, as just stated, at the corner of 29th and excuse me, Victor Street and Benton Boulevard. Excuse me. The site is located pretty much in the heart of the city. In fact, it's in the heart of the city area plan. The proposal encompasses 3 properties here. It's 2 existing apartment structures and then one what was originally constructed as a single family structure. As you can see in the staff report, I'm sure Mr. Belkey's presentation will elaborate on, this has been converted at some point in the past to a 5-unit home structure. So staff does not make really any recommendations on the blight analysis section. That's not within our purview. Do you want to state that the proposal is consistent with the area plan with the 2 southern apartment parcels, which were designated as a residential medium density. The northern parcel is designated as residential urban low density, which is technically not in conformance with the area plan since it is a 5-unit property. However, that is an existing use. And with that, we turn it over to Mr. Belkey for presentation, and I'll pull up his slideshow.
Bree, it looks like you're still on mute. Muted for us, or?
Dave, you should be able to.
I'm here. I'm looking for Scott. Scott, it's Scott's presentation. He maybe
is promoted, but it shows on my end that he is both muted and not sharing his video. I'm going to try to unmute him. Sometimes that works. Sometimes it doesn't. Scott, can you speak?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
There you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman, Commission members, Scott Belkey, Belkey Appraisal and Consulting Services, 3100 Northwest 57th Street, Kansas City, Missouri. Here presenting today on behalf of the applicant, the Planned Industrial Expansion Authority of Kansas City, Missouri, my blight findings and the general development plan for the proposed 29th and Benton PIEA planning area. I believe Mr. Hughes is going to help me step through this morning, unless you've shared the screen. Okay, I guess I am driving. Okay, thank you. Again, 2 apartment buildings that face onto 29th Street and 1 residence. I'll refer to it as a residence, but it's been converted in the past to a 6-unit apartment use. That it has not been in use for the past 7 years. A view of 2644. A view of 2702. A view of 2651 Victor Street, the residential house. You have 3 tax parcels here, 3 related ownerships, a little over 2 acres. It's zoned R15, which would allow a density of up to 29 units per acre. We have about 50,000 square feet of building area. The residence was built 115 years ago. The apartment buildings were built about 50 years ago. There are 61 parking spaces behind the 2 apartment buildings, which is 1.3 spaces per unit. And currently overall, the 3 properties are sustaining 52% vacancy. I've got quite a delay here on when I move a screen, so you have to bear with me. Designations for this area already, it's designated as an EEZ area, Midtown to East. On the EcoDevo scorecard, it's listed as continuously distressed. It's in the Central City KC CUR Opportunity Zone. And it's within the overall Santa Fe Place Historic District, which was listed on the National Register in 1986. So to move through the 5 blight factors to see if you end up with the 3 blight components. The first one, defective or inadequate street layout. Main issues here have to do with what I consider deferred maintenance in public and private sidewalks and curbs and gutters. And here you can just see an example of those. Blight factor 2, insanitary or unsafe conditions. Potential environmental issues, including asbestos, lead, PCBs, mold and moss, failing structural components, inadequate heating and cooling, lack of safety railings, disease and pests, trash, illegal dumping, trespassing, and vandalism. Here you see a roof that's collapsed because of water infiltration from a ceiling collapse from water infiltration from the roof. Water inside an apartment unit. Mold in the ceilings. Various pictures of mold in different units. This is the collapsed ceiling in the residence. Another picture in the residence. That's a view through the wall of the residence. Peeling paint, potential lead-based paint based on the age. And lead-based pipes in the residence also. You can see collapsing building structures. Moss, extensive moss on the exterior of the shingles on the building. That's just a close-up of that. Blight factor 3, deterioration of site improvements. You've got all of the structural components. There's deterioration in all of those, deterioration in the site improvements. And then there's multiple functional issues. These are rather small units, about 750 square feet, 2-bedroom design, most of them 2-bedroom design, but only with 1 bathroom. And they're side-by-side bedrooms instead of the split bedroom setup, which is better for roommates. They have very small, dark kitchens, no dishwashers, no disposals, minimal counter space, common laundry room, common utility meters, interior hallways, no balcony or porch, no common area amenities, and no covered parking. Now, these will just be examples of these various building components. I'll try and step through these really quick. This is an aerial of the roofs, which are leaking extensively. Walls. Come on. Various walls. Exterior walls. Windows. Doors. Porches. Interior ceilings. Oops, went a little too fast there. Interior walls. Floors. In the Westerly apartment building, at some point in the past, they poured about 1 inch of concrete in the floors. That has all deteriorated and is going to need to be removed. That's going to have to be broken up, taken out by hand, which is going to be an extensive process. Floors, kitchen, restrooms, HVAC, hallways, parking lots, driveway to the house, and the parking pad behind the house. There's some real functional issues in terms of drainage. That's on the front of the building. There's a downspout that's been disconnected and is causing deterioration in the side of the structure. This pooling water in the front of the property after a rain. Blight factor 4, improper subdivision or obsolete platting, no issues here. Factor 5, endangerment by fire or other causes. Again, leaking roofs. Just some exposed stakes in the yard. A door that has no landing outside of it. A porch where the safety railings have been removed. A door that's been boarded over because of crime. And then several of the first floor windows in the apartment units have had bars put in the windows. Trash on the site. And then these last two are just a couple of pictures of what the neighborhood is surrounding this. These are neighborhood pictures, not specifically within the study area, but adjoining it. These are some of the abandoned or damaged structures within the area. So you come down to a blight determination that two of the three parcels are extensively blighted, which is a predominance. The third parcel is minimally blighted, but there is a predominance of blight in terms of parcel numbers and in terms of square footage of buildings. So do the 5 blight factors lead to the 3 blight components? The first one being hindrance to housing accommodation. There are 48 apartment units on 29th Street. 22 of those are uninhabitable at the present time. 2651 Victor Street is uninhabitable. The vacancy extends to up to at least 9 years, which was when they bought this particular property. There is a vacant lot at 2651 Victor Street, just adjoining to the east of the residence. And it is one of 4,127 vacant residential lots sited within the heart of the city plan area as a prominent negative influence hindering the plan area. I don't know if that lot's ever been developed. There has been a population loss of 50% since 1970 in this census tract 38. And the median household income in this census tract, the metro-wide figure is 118% higher than in this census tract. Like component 2, economic or social liabilities, foregone economic impact, unrealized assessment in terms of both improvements and the lot that's vacant and has no improvements on it, unrealized taxation. There have been delinquent real estate taxes on each of these 3 parcels annually between 2011 and 2019. Excessive vacancy, 52%, extended vacancy, at least 9 years. Social liabilities having to do with deteriorating pedestrian circulation, the age of these improvements, functional issues, environmental issues, safety, sanitary, trespassing, vandalism, vacant and underutilized uses that lack proper supervision and maintenance, hindrance to housing accommodation, foregone economic impact and taxation, and the negative influence of nearby blighting conditions in the neighborhood. Blight component 3, we've kind of covered various health, safety, morals, and welfare issues. Vacant, dated, deteriorating, obsolete, and vandalized structures in the urban fabric that lack maintenance and supervision detract from the vibrancy of the urban core. Revitalization of these dated and deteriorating buildings and future development of the vacant lot, all located within this historic district, will alleviate blight and reinvigorate and enhance the vitality of adjoining neighborhoods. That concludes my blight presentation, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Questions from the commission regarding the blight study?
I have a couple questions. One is what the ownership history, I apologize if you mentioned that already, when the building was bought or how long the previous owner had owned the building?
All three parcels were purchased at different times in three different entities, but it's really the same ownership in those three entities. I don't have those dates right in front of me. I can get those real quick if you're really interested, but the oldest was 2006 and the most recent was 2011. And
So I guess I'm trying to reconcile because you mentioned that from 2011 to 2019, there was delinquent taxes. So would that be for the current property owner? The current property owner was not paying their taxes?
correct. Paying their taxes in delinquency, which means there's penalties, interest, and other charges.
Okay.
And
And I guess this might be a question more for the staff, but I'm trying to understand, since we don't know what is going to happen on that site, we aren't necessarily considering that, correct? Because we're looking just at blight. So are we not considering at all whether demolition would take place or not?
I would address that in my general development plan, which is the second part. I'm just kind of opened it up to see if you had blight questions first.
Okay, got it.
The blight portion of the case, of the docket item? To the next phase, which is the actual plan for this project, is that correct?
Yes, Christopher, if you can put up that second one. And I can actually start through that. There is one building, the easternmost building. The easternmost building facing 29th Street. There are occupants in that building. And their purpose is to revitalize those units as they turn, because that building is about 80% occupied at the present time. The building to the west of that, which is in very bad condition, their purpose is to do some more internal demolition work and then redo the entire interior, exterior, interior of that building, make those into nice modern units. Then on the Victor Street side, it is a general development plan, and not sure at this point that building could be redeveloped and put back into the 6 units it was used as, and the lot left vacant. They could redevelop that building and then develop something on the lot. They could tear down that residence and then do something on the combined vacant lots. This being a general development plan, it's kind of open-ended in how they could approach that. There's some questions about density, what they would be allowed to do. In the R1.5, they are allowed to have 11 units on those 2 lots. If they tore down the building and decide to build new units, then that brings in various city codes and other issues that might come into play with that. So that part of it is a little bit up in the air, although the owner can speak to that more directly as of today, what his thoughts might be on the Victor Street side. The East 29th Street is pretty straightforward. We're going to keep those. We're going to revitalize those and make those into nice apartment units.
Ethan, you're going to bring in a site plan for the rest of the site whenever that comes around, or how does?
I can kind of touch on that a little bit.
Okay.
If the applicant or property owner does just seek to rehabilitate those structures, they would just need simple building permits, which would be administered by our 5th floor. If they're looking to demolish that northern structure and rehabilitate, depending on the number of units, may necessitate additional entitlement reviews. It just kind of depends on what the final plan will be. The general development plan here is more for association with the PIEA plan, not a development plan in our kind of entitlement process.
Timeline for the redevelopment if they're waiting for residents to turn over. So just interested in how that works and timeline for the developer here. No?
The owner, Jan Johnson, is on the call. I don't know if she's muted or if she would weigh in, I'd appreciate it.
Someone with that name already, David. She should be able to speak. Jan Johnson. It does show she's muted, but she would need to unmute herself because it's not letting me.
Well, forgive me. Would you mind repeating that question? I'll try to answer it.
Just
if I
the
can.
timeline for redevelopment of the apartments and so forth.
Well, they full disclosure, the owners already started. They had to preserve their assets, so they've done some roof work, they've done some siding, quite a bit of siding work and tuck pointing, just to preserve what they have, stabilize their asset. I think they'll be probably ready by the end of the year, first of 2021, for at least most of the apartments. There's probably some lingering issues on the farther west building, and like Christopher said, and Scott said, on the north end on Victor Street, it's still up in the air on what exactly is going to happen and when that will be either developed or redeveloped into apartments in the unforeseen future. The purpose today is to, for the PIA, is to satisfy a statutory requirement for a finding of blight and approval of the general development plan, which will hopefully ultimately make this area within the boundaries of the plan eligible for our benefits. So it will subsidize, if you will, the redevelopment.
Maintain the same rental prices for the residents that are currently there?
Well, again, I wish that the owner, Jan Johnson, could weigh in on this. The last time I spoke to the developer, I should say the owner, one bedrooms were to be rented at $650 and the two bedrooms at $850.
There is someone named Jan Johnson that should be able to speak. There's also someone who's had their hand raised for some time with the screen name of 29THS. I'm not sure if that's
probably Henry, one of the owners.
If I unmute them temporarily, we can ask if that's someone.
Okay.
I've unmuted 29THS. Are you the property owner?
Yes, this is Henry Johnson. How are you?
Good. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Henry Johnson, 2702A East 29th Street.
Okay.
So to get to your question, yes, we're looking to renovate these properties completely. We have started on the 2702-18 property because we had to. It was an insurance issue. So we went ahead and got some private funds together and dealt with the roof, the siding, some landscaping and that sort of thing. With regard to the rents are going to be affordable for the area. We do plan on maintaining that even in the redevelopment of the other building and the other structure on Victor as well.
How long have you owned these properties?
We have owned the 2700 building since 2006. We've owned the 2600 building since 2011. And that building has remained vacant because there are some issues with the title that we had to solve that we just got taken care of last year. And Victor was purchased in 2013.
Any other improvements throughout that time to potentially not have it blighted?
We have been making improvements throughout the years. We've had a tremendous time dealing with the area and the neighborhood. That's been one of our main focuses, one of our issues with renting. Because when we bought these properties, there was an extreme amount of drug activity, prostitution, and that sort of thing. So we were able to clear it up through the years, and we've been able to renovate. But since we renovated it in 2007, 2008, it's now 10, 15, 12 years later, and we're going through the renovation process again. Within that time, we've had extensive damage to the outside, which we're now have taken care of through private funding. But we're looking to get the other building taken care of as well.
I have a question. I know that neighborhood engagement wasn't necessarily required here, but I'm trying to get a sense of your relationship to this community because it is a very strong neighborhood organization and the leadership there is very strong and the neighborhood has a huge history and relevance to our city. So I really want to understand your relationship over the past, let's say 15 years in this process.
Yes, my mother, Jan Johnson, can speak to that. I have gotten involved in the past 4 years for the extensive renovation because that's my background. But my mother, Jan Johnson, will speak to that.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. I was raised on Victor. Number of years ago, I went to DA Holmes. I went to Booker T. Washington. I lived in the neighborhood when it was gorgeous. It was beautiful. I think my parents moved there in 1952 when Black people were first allowed to move into the neighborhood. So I know what it looked like. We left Kansas City probably in 1968 and we returned in 2004. My son actually pointed out the property to me. And I really did not want to do it, but he made some very strong argument to do it. And so we did. When we went in, we used our own money. And we have been trying to get financing for years. We just got financing last year in order to take care of the roof and the siding, which was just totally deteriorated on one building. We also recently got a CPACE loan to do some energy efficient kinds of improvements on the 2644 building. So, and the roof. So we've been working diligently without any kind of financing whatsoever, private or public, to return affordable apartments into this community. And I'm sorry, but I got on my little soapbox, so did that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess I kind of that's great to hear the history. And that's kind of what I wanted to know is your context to the neighborhood. And I guess I'm also just curious what other kind of neighborhood support you've seen from other people in the area wanting to help you in that process.
Well, they really can't, unfortunately. The only thing they can do is provide the encouragement that they have, which is, oh, Jan, this is beautiful. This is great. This is just what we need. I love it. You're really doing a great job. So you can probably go through the neighborhood, excuse me, and ask anyone what they think about the building, and they will tell you the same thing, including the president, people who've lived here for years. This is probably the first major Black development in Santa Fe for a long time, outside of DA Homes.
Thank you.
For the applicant?
Yes.
Speak briefly about trying to get private financing for this over the course of the year, because I think one of my key things is we're trying to determine whether it's neglect or if there's actually barriers, which I think makes sense. But I just would like to hear a little bit more about that process for you guys.
Well, I've been here since 2004, and we've owned the property since 2008. Actually, we couldn't get financing when we first wanted to in 2005. So we actually ended up doing a master lease in order to control the property. And then eventually we ended up getting financing to buy the property. That was 2008. And it was from a bank that eventually the FDIC took over. But there was no construction money whatsoever, as is general in a project like this. When you provide financing, and they know what the building looks like, they probably provided with the financing as well as some construction funds in order to protect their, investment. But that didn't happen, and it's never happened. I have gone to every bank. I have gone to, my son has a history in this, but we started developing historic properties back in 1983 in Plainfield, New Jersey. We converted 2 buildings, mixed-use buildings. We have purchased and been involved in a 100,000 square foot warehouse in Jersey City. So we're not new to this. The only thing we're not new to people saying, no, we aren't going to give you financing because you're not in the area that we want. And this is definitely, and everyone knows that in Kansas City, they've just started financing and starting doing development in this area.
One of the general issues that we have here every time we look for financing is that, they lowball the appraisal and lowball the rents because of the blight, just because of the area itself, including the building itself. That's been our biggest challenge, is to find a bank that could finance us with the condition of the building that they were in. We were lucky enough to find a bank through the long ownership that we've had. And that's pretty much what it was based on, not even based on the area, just based on our ownership of it. And they said, look, we'll give you the money to, refinance you, add this loan that was a defunct bank, and give you money to go ahead and do the roof and the siding. And that was the only neglect on the building, was the roof and the siding, which were the most expensive parts of the projects anyway. The inside of the buildings are fine.
Okay, thank you. I just kind of wanted to hear about that, because I think we have to kind of parse through and figure out who's owning these properties and whether it's intentional or whatnot. And I think that answers my question.
Yeah. Any other questions for the applicant?
I guess as a follow-up to that, do you have any of your current tenants, since there is, I think, 80% occupancy, you said, in one building, do you have any of your current tenants that have spoken out in support of the project?
We have current tenants that have been here 11 years. We have tenants that have been here for 8 years and 9 years. I believe if they didn't think this was a viable property, they probably would have left by now. Most of our tenants are 6 years old. Hello?
So do we need to go to public testimony on this? Does anybody raise their hand to speak? Public testimony?
No, no one has raised their hand.
Okay, so we'll close public testimony. So it seems like we've got a couple items here that we're trying to approve. One is the blight study. And is there another one that is some kind of general development plan that we're trying to approve as well, or just the blight study only?
The general development plan, yeah, it's both. The general development plan is unlike, like Chris was saying, any site plan that you would normally see. It's a narrative document that was attached to the end of Chris's staff report. And the plan identifies a lot of existing condition situations and what they intend to fix, basically. For lack of, I mean, that's the quickest way to describe it, I suppose. Sometimes the plan calls for some form of entitlement in the future, like rezoning to district UR is often required. It appears to me that this plan does not require that, and that's not unheard of in circumstances like this. If the owner or the person petitioning for this is seeking to simply renovate a property, there's usually little value added by making a customer go through the UR zoning process. But that's something that the past planning commission thought was appropriate. I think you would have discretion to add that in if you wanted to, but that would be the only way you would see anything after this in terms of what they planned or how they plan to renovate the buildings, if that's their plan.
I'd be interested in seeing more information, even if it's, not extensive, just enough that we can have an understanding of where the neighborhood response is to that rehabilitation process.
I personally don't have any issue designating this blighted or granting the benefits of doing so, whether it's any foreseeable outcome, whether it's this owner following through exactly with all their plans, whether it's this owner following through with some of them, whether it's being sold to someone else who then benefits from the designation. I don't see a lot of downsides to granting this designation as blighted.
Looks like we're on the road to a motion.
Okay. Move to approve case number 15, or case number, 15.
If you don't mind, on your motion, just say approve with this site being blighted, that you approve that.
Okay. Move to approve case number 15 as a blighted site.
Okay. Is there anything else we have to also do the plan too?
I mean, you're approving, your motion probably should state both the blight and the general development plan.
Yeah, I agree. I think since you've expressly stated the blight, I mean, they're really two separate issues. So yeah, I think
Sure.
stating
Sorry.
both would be ideal. Thanks.
Okay, move to approve case number or docket item number 15 as a blighted site, and to approve the East 29th Street and Benton Boulevard PIEA General Development Plan.
Okay, I've got a motion.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, Lisa, do you mind taking roll call, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Crow, Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, looks like it approves unanimously, 6-0. Sounds like a good project. Good luck with it.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
30 minutes left, and we have 2 cases. Do we want to go ahead and go on to the next one?
So I thought we had like 3 cases, and we have 16, 17, 19, and 20 is a discussion.
Yeah, 16 is your next one. Then you have 17 is a dismissal, so it
Okay.
should be quick. And then 19 is one, there's 2 companion cases, but same project.
Let's see what we can do here.
Okay.
We've had a great day so far.
All right, docket item 16, case number SUP 2020-00029. A request to approve a special use permit in District R80 to allow for building and parking lot additions to Staley High School on about 220 acres located at the northwest corner of Northeast 108th and Northeast Shoal Creek Parkway. Olufu Agbaji is our staff planner on this.
Do you see my screen or am I sharing the wrong stuff again?
Your screen was good, but your audio
Couldn't
wasn't.
hear you.
Okay, so this next case is a request by Staley High School or North Kansas School District for a special use permit for some addition to existing Staley High School. I think I should have, let me see if I can move this up. Is that better?
You can see it.
Yes.
Okay, I should have Brian Austin, Jeff Vandal, and or Jennifer Berker to be promoted.
Promoted already.
All right, thank you. Our next case is a request, and it's up in the northeast section of town where my arrow is pointing to. Specifically just between what will be North Oak Traffic Way or Maplewood Boulevard and 435 on the east. This is an extension. The school is located at the northwest corner of Shoal Creek Parkway and northeast 108th Street.
Olufu, are we supposed to see a map?
Yes.
See that. We still see your first slide.
So that didn't roll with it. Hang on. All right, let me reshare. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. So this is the existing Staley High School of Northeast 108th Street and Shoal Creek Parkway. The school campus houses the North Kansas City School District Athletic Complex, which is just on the northeast side of the school. Bell Prairie Elementary School is also within that campus, and it's at the corner of Northeast 108th Street and Shoal Creek Parkway. The main school campus is located right around Falcon Drive. Staley Hills subdivision is to the west of the school campus. Staley Golf Course, southwest, and this are vacant land. Again, the school is zoned R80, and for any uses within, for public and civic uses within the residential district requires a special use. So this is an amendment to that special use to allow for simple additions to the school. The addition is very simple. Today they are proposing 2 additions, one to the existing gym located at where my left arrow is, and second addition is for addition to academic classroom and academic area on the east side of the school. And they have been working on existing parking lot expansion within the school boundaries. Again, this is the request before you. The overall site is 220 acres. It's zoned R80. The gym is 16,000 square feet addition, which also has a loop driveway for drop off and pickup. Academic addition is 14,000 square feet. And then there's an outdoor classroom that's proposed within that area, and then parking lot addition. Give you a quick example. This is the proposed gym addition right in this area. Classroom addition. All material will match existing building material and complement the building, as you see on this side. This is the proposed gym addition. And then this is the proposed classroom addition. Our staff's recommendation is for approval subject to the 11 conditions, and I'll take any questions.
Is there any questions from the commission to staff?
Olufu, in the staff recommendation, it says confirm compliance with Parkway and Boulevard standards. So are we not sure if they do meet those?
The Parks, I think the comment I have from Parks and Rec, let me just go see what their condition is. And that is led to them to do at building permits. The existing building is there, and I think the setbacks will meet. And I just want to make sure that Parks, because all I got, I'll read what Parks condition was. Parks and Rec's condition. Sorry, my computer is slow.
D.
Not moving as fast as my mouse.
The building expansion, because that's really what the only thing the standards would apply to.
Yeah.
Isn't the building expansion to the west of the existing school on the west side? Or Brian?
No, the building expansion is both to the west and to the east.
Okay.
And the east will meet the existing setbacks. I just wanted to make sure that it's reviewed by Parks. Parks' comment was that, yeah, and that's a comment from Parks and Rec directly. So I think they will look at that during a building permit. That was a condition put in. Condition number 10 was by Justin Peterson from Parks and Rec. So they just want to make sure to look at it. They will look at it again during building permit. I thought it was a condition I put in.
I mean, some aspects, Commissioner Sadowski, don't comply with the standards, but that's because the school was built prior to the standards being in place. The standards were adopted, I believe, in 2015.
Yep.
So like the parking lot in front of the school and stuff like that.
Okay, but any new additions would, it's just existing things were grandfathered in. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Questions for staff? Let's go ahead and introduce the applicant.
Good afternoon. Brian Hochstein with MKEC Engineering. I'm representing North Kansas City School District. Our address is 11827 West 112th Street, Overland Park, Kansas. I'll keep it very brief. These two additions were part of an original master plan, so that's pretty fortunate. All the other requirements and stipulations that have been placed on this, we agree with. To the question about the Parkway and Boulevard compliance, I believe that is because it is Shoal Creek Parkway and they have additional standards because it is a parkway. At this time, as we go into BZA, we've provided a landscape plan and we'll be updating a landscape plan for additional landscaping around the additions and the parking to the west, and then providing 35 street trees along the frontage of Shoal Creek Parkway, in addition to some existing trees. And so what we would ask on that is, I think we're still a little light across there. We would ask for an administrative adjustment as we go into BZA. But other than that, the school district's agreed to a minimum of 35 street trees so far. So, and with that, that's all we had.
Okay, and you're all right with the conditions stated in the report, staff report?
Yep.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? There are none. Let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. One here in the chambers, but has anybody raised their hand?
No one's raised their hand.
Okay, let's go ahead and close public testimony then. And if there's no further discussion or questions from the commission, I'll take a motion.
Motion to approve docket item number 16 with conditions.
Second?
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Lisa, do you mind taking roll call, please?
Commissioner Allender? Baker?
Aye.
Prowl? Enders?
Aye.
Rojas?
Aye.
And Sadowski?
Aye.
All right, looks like motion passes. Good luck with the project.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep, appreciate your patience today.
Item is 17, case number CPC 2020-00103. Request to approve a project plan in District UR. Olafu, that's supposed to be a development plan, correct? That's
Yeah,
what
it's supposed to be a development plan, yep.
Okay,
The application was for a development plan.
okay. A request to approve a development plan, that's a typo in there. In District UR to allow for 96,000 square foot warehouse addition on about 18 acres located at the southeast corner of North Universal and Corporate Drive. The applicant is requesting dismissal of this because it's actually the wrong application. They need to submit a final plan, or which is like a project plan.
Okay. From staff or any other presentation, or is that it?
There's nothing, I mean, that's the reason, and there's no, it got advertised, so we have to put it on the docket. So that in case any public that received notice.
Okay. So if there's no question from the commission to staff, anybody from the public want to open it up for that?
There's no attendees online anymore.
Okay, so
Other than staff, so.
we will close public testimony, and therefore I will take a motion on dismissal of docket item 17.
Motion to dismiss docket item number 17.
Got a motion and
Second.
have a motion and a second. Lisa, please take roll call.
Commissioner Allender? Baker?
Aye.
Prowl? Enders? Rojas?
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes to dismiss docket item number 17. So that takes us to docket item 19.1 and 19.2. We've got 20 minutes left before we need to be out of the chambers here. Is that enough time to hear this case? I hope.
It could be, but I don't see the applicant. At one point, I believe he was online. Olafu, do you know if he had to leave or did he communicate anything to you?
No.
This is Zach's case, and it's another one O's covering for Zach. So it's possible the applicant may have tried to reach out to Zach about something, but Zach is in Colorado, so probably didn't receive it. I guess if you want to hear it today, you could try to do that, or we could continue it since the applicant's not here. It is a
staff's recommendation is for denial too, so.
It seems to me like we ought to continue the case until the applicant is back. That's just my opinion, and I don't want to wait around too long because then we're going to run out of time totally to actually hear the case. So
you want to continue?
Yeah, so let's go ahead and I'll need a motion to continue docket items 19.1 and 2 to the, 18th? August 18th. We might try to put them towards the top of the agenda if possible.
Motion to continue items number 19.1, 19.2 to August 18th.
Okay, I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Aye. Oh, sorry, I second, but I also.
Got a motion and a second to continue docket items 19.1 and 2 to the August 18th meeting. Lisa, do you mind taking a roll call, please?
Ready. Commissioner Allender? Baker?
Aye.
Prowl? Enders? Rojas?
Aye.
And Sadowski.
Aye.
So a motion is approved to continue docket items 19.1 and 2 to the August 18th meeting. With that, we're to docket item 20. I believe this is something from Sarah. Is that right?
Yeah, Joe, do you have the email, or maybe Lisa or Nicole?
Yeah, you want me to try to share it?
Yeah,
Or-
if you
okay.
can. So back in March, we changed our rules to allow these virtual meetings, but we changed it to only allow them during a state of emergency. And so that state of emergency is set to expire on August 15th. It's highly possible that it will be extended, but I just want to be sure that we don't have a gap in time where anybody could call into question our authority to continue to meet virtually, because I think we're in a probably be doing this for a while, or at least having the hybrid meetings, right? So this is just a discussion item for today because the rules require that we have it docketed and discuss it, and then you vote on it at the next meeting. But this will at least give you enough time to vote on it should that state of emergency expire. So pretty straightforward rule. I think it's on there now.
Yeah, I'm displaying it. I'm
Can't
sharing
see
it
that
now.
far, but
And I can zoom in.
that's the red line. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, pretty straightforward, but I just, again, don't want somebody to call us into question that we're not following our rules. So,
Okay. Is there anything we need to do on this, or is it just a
no,
notification and discussion?
It's just a notification because rules require you to have it on the docket first and then vote on it at the next meeting. So you can vote on it at the next.
We do need to vote on it?
At the next meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, you do have to vote to change your rules. Yeah.
Okay.
At the meeting that it's presented. I don't know why that's in your rules, but it is. So.
Yeah, I mean, I know that just personally, I know COVID has affected all of us. And it's, me, it's kind of like an all or nothing is my preference. We're either I'm having a hard time with the hybrid. It's you lose some of the momentum of the cases and hearing what's going on and trying to capture the people that are online and that. But I know it's more convenient for everybody, and that I'm just stating my opinion. I'd rather have everybody in person because I like you guys and I want to see you in person more than anything. So that's just my preference, frankly.
Is this for just the commission or is this for everyone?
It's just for you guys.
Yeah, these are just your rules.
Okay, cool. Because because I want to respect everyone else's comfort level, but I do think generally public engagement has been helped by it. I know I've been up here for public or housing policy meetings and we got bumped by the public safety and I have to work. So I appreciate the dual nature of it as well for the public.
Right. And this would allow us to continue doing that, no question, whether or not there's a state of emergency.
And having the flexibility, I'm fine with that. I just personally, my preference is to have the in-person meetings. If it ever will happen, but who knows? Okay.
I think, can I make another comment about the virtual? Is that, I think I said this in an email before, is that it'd be really great if I could see some of your faces. So I think you guys can see us, but we see you from this upstairs vantage point. And I know Chris turned on his video when he was talking in the chamber, and that was really helpful to see him speaking. I don't know, particularly for the applicant. Those of us who are virtual can't see the applicant. So that's a little.
Yeah, I don't know if there's one of those extra computers you have to have if you can.
We have to have communications staff staffing our meeting and running the cameras so they can zoom in.
Gotcha.
Is it something where one of the monitors in front of the applicant could just be running Zoom
I think
on mute?
Yes, we could do that. We could put one of these on Zoom, but it doesn't have a camera, I don't believe, on it. Yeah.
Okay.
That's something that we thought about doing.
Yeah.
Not that technology. It's, and one thing that we'll talk about more, Sarah's just wanting to do this because, that's her job, to keep an eye out for this stuff and make sure that, the rules allow us to do what we want to do. But if this becomes like a permanent thing, which it may, because I do agree that it's helped with some public involvement, then we can talk about what technological resources are needed over the long term to make this happen. And some of the suggestions, maybe we get the right resources where the cameras can be controlled in the chamber. But that would be something we would discuss later.
Yeah, and I think it would be good, if we were to prioritize, I'd prioritize the applicant as the spot to to feel like that they're actually connecting face to face with the other commissioners. And then probably secondly, Kobe and you, Joe, to just be able to take cues off of what's happening in the chamber.
Have to get Kobe a computer.
Any other discussion? I know we've had some email correspondence go back and forth after the last meeting. I think there's been some good discussion with that. One piece I'm going to point out with that, I think, is the training. Trying to schedule, because our next training to be late September. Because we have our first meeting on September 1, the second one will be September 15th. So maybe that following week or the week after, we can do training, because there'll be a lot of time between the end of September and our first meeting in October. And at that, we would talk about stormwater management, impact fees, and park fees, parkland fees, and how they're calculated and why that is. And then I think the other discussion item that kind of came through the correspondence was the discussion on how to say it really easily, but
Like what our role is on those bigger projects, or like thinking that a project is too big to.
Yeah,
respond
I guess, just like a size of project. A lot of times, we're kind of at the end of the game when a development or a project comes before the planning commission. But we have to trust and understand it's gone through a long vetting process with the staff and all of that, and all the different departments. But really, if it looks like there's a lot of things yet to be worked out and things to be discussed and we don't agree with, that can't be afraid to back up staff on that and go ahead and continue the case to allow that discussion to occur. I know I put in my email that we agree with staff most of the time, and most being probably 98, I would say, maybe 95, I don't know.
90.
And it's just being able to make the statements that we need to, that where we back them up or not, and allow that time to, for the developer to go back to the drawing board, or to at least discuss it in more detail with staff.
I think it'd be good if we
Can
knew.
you pull your microphone a little closer?
Oh,
Sorry.
Can you
Just
hear
pull
me
the
now?
whole thing forward.
Oh,
There
okay.
you go.
I'll pull it all forward. I mean, nobody's been hearing me, but I think it'd be good to understand how much the developer has actually worked with staff right through.
Right.
Because I think that to me makes a difference. If they've engaged the developer, and there's going to be differences, but it'd be good to know when they engage the staff in the development versus coming in right at the end. I think it's 60 days or 75 days and try to push something through and force it through. So I think it'd be good for us to understand how cooperative that developer has been with the city.
Sure.
Yeah, we could add a topic to that meeting or that work session where we describe to you kind of like a typical project, what kind of happens in terms of when the applicant first reaches out to us, and what the typical path is and the back and forth that occurs before it gets to you.
Right.
And we could probably do the same thing for like a really simple project and also a really complex one. And so you can see how the differences are. That could be pretty helpful. Yeah, there's a lot of engagement and back and forth.
Yeah.
Especially for bigger projects.
I guess the challenge with the project that got this conversation started for me was, it felt like we were supposed to be deciding on this big kind of idea about the project, but we were talking about turn lanes. And so I was like spun around trying to figure out, I think Chris did a really good job today with the one case of explaining the zoning and like what we're deciding on today, because I think we got into the weeds of stuff that in theory, right, could be changed moving forward. So I don't know, that was kind of the hardest part of, so I felt like everything had been decided, but then it hadn't been decided. And I was trying to figure out what that middle ground was of how we kind of evaluate what's at our feet.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you have to do on a bigger project, is sometimes the details are really, in terms of execution of those projects, are really critical. So that's important to pay attention to detail, but also you have to zoom way out and see the big picture too, and make a decision that's best for the whole city. And that's the challenging part of your role. In my opinion, the most challenging part of it probably.
Comments, questions, thoughts? You want to stay around till 2?
Move to adjourn?
Yeah, let's adjourn. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of the week.
Thank you, everyone.